morning. Can you hear me? Annoyingly loud? It's just that bad when I'm not behind a mic too, so don't worry. Thank you all for joining us today. It's good to see so many faces that we haven't seen in 2 years. Some are the same faces, but you're with new employers. I'm looking at you in the back. So glad to actually have you still join us today. Congratulations to those of you who have transitioned to different employers, but are still supported in coming here. We love to see our planners and our active community growing and getting deeper into the work. I'm Shelley Parker. I'm with Go Triangle and the Sustainable Travel Services Program. I work with a team of transportation demand management professionals to promote carpooling, biking, walking, taking the bus, and carpool. And want to make sure that everyone sees the Travel Pursuit game board that is in your seat. You can learn more about that after the presentations today. And although I'm not a planner, we definitely encourage everyone to use the infrastructure and the planning that you all do and put into place. And we are excited to be a member of the Planning Committee this year. As the Planning Committee started discussing holding this event for the first time since 2019, this is not how we thought that this Triangle Bicycle and Pedestrian Workshop would begin. After years of us all educating residents that greenways are safe, and statistically that is true, last night I think many of us went to bed thinking of the tragedy that occurred near the Neuse River Greenway. I'm sure that some of you considered not coming to attend today in person, but we are glad that you did and thankful to those who decided to attend online as well. It's a somber day for those injured and who lost loved ones. The immediacy of that tragedy affects our neighbors, and I hope that all of your family and friends returned home safely yesterday. The condolences of the Planning Committee are with the families impacted by the intentional violence in our community. As we begin today, I want to encourage you to focus on the positive outcomes of bike and pedestrian infrastructure of your work and the work of your colleagues that will be displayed today. You all advocate for bicycle and pedestrian improvements to prevent or reduce crashes and injuries, and projects that provide not only health benefits, but also connectivity to community services, jobs, and education. You also create avenues that bring great joy and improve equality and access to our neighbors. Some of today's presentations will focus on specific public safety improvements for cyclists and pedestrians. Others will review implementation of innovative projects and successful partnerships. And we are thankful to bring a new voice to this year's session, the co-shiro of the Triangle Region's Black Girls Do Bike organization. As a viewpoint of logistics, as you can see, there are fire escapes in both sides of the room. There are restrooms across the hallway, so we can go ahead and check that off the list. And with that, I would like to go ahead and welcome Council Member Porter Casey, also Campo board member.
Good morning. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you and welcome to beautiful Clayton, North Carolina. I'm fortunate to serve on the Clayton Town Council. I've served on the council for a little less than a year, and I appreciate what this group does and what they do for the community and advocates for pedestrian and bike safety. As you may know, Clayton has seen unprecedented growth over the years. You know, we're estimating to be around 29,000 residents and growing by leaps and bounds. And I think it wouldn't be a shock if we reach around 50,000 residents over the next few years. I'm part of 5 generations of Clayton. My family had a small farm right outside the town limits, and I remember when Clayton was a sleepy town, no stoplight, no chain restaurants, just local. But you know, that's obviously changed and that's different now. Like I said, I grew up on a family farm right outside of town limits, and my father and I would ride our bike into town for exercise, fun, and go see my grandparents that lived just a few blocks away. So, you know, with this growth and with this change, that's something that we probably wouldn't feel comfortable doing this day and age. So like I said, I appreciate what y'all do, and you know, with this growth comes an immense pressure to advocate for safety, additional safety, and a walkable, bike-friendly community. Clayton's done a lot. We're fortunate to have a phenomenal greenway system, greenway trails, a wonderful mountain to sea trail, be a part of that. And, you know, but we need to do more. Of course, we always need to do more. It's a beautiful day outside, and there's a rumor that y'all may even get the opportunity to go out and look at our award-winning sculpture trail. So please enjoy that. And like I said, once again, thank you for coming to Clayton. I hope and wish y'all have a successful meeting. I know it's Friday, but this is important to the community and to the surrounding communities. And just like, once again, thank you for being here.
Well, it looks like our computers are testing us this morning, although Kenneth ran through this about 15 times before we kicked off, so that's about the way it goes. As we get started today, again, thank you to the town of Clayton for hosting us. Their staff also participated in the planning committee, and thank you, Councilman Porter. Do we have any other current or previous elected officials with us today? All right. Well, thank you to the DOT staff and the other members that served on the committee to plan with us. We do have a pretty compact schedule today, so we will be leading through with City of Raleigh, moving on quickly to Town of Morrisville, Holly Springs, City of Durham, Town of Chapel Hill, then Cary, Carborough, and Apex. If you could jot down your questions and hold them to the end, that would be much appreciated. Additionally, if you are watching online and streaming, you can submit your questions there, and we will provide those to the speakers as well. Just be sure to note who you want to designate the question for. And with that, continue to enjoy your coffee, pastries, get refills as you need them. And if we could give a round of applause to Cardinal Bike Share for sponsoring coffee and pastries for us, that would be great. All right, City of Raleigh, you are up.
Good morning. I am Fontaine Burse. I am the City of Raleigh's Bicycle and Pedestrian Program Manager. So what are we doing? And this came out a little funky.
Let's see. All right, here we go.
My pictures are there. That's the most important thing.
Raleigh, so you're right here. Boom. Should just, I don't know why that did. Sorry about that. Let's go back.
I can go off of the pictures.
Okay, and let me go right here. There we are. And let me go ahead.
Still missing.
Still missing?
I can do pictures.
Okay, but basically it's already said. So we're good.
You guys get all pictures and no words, but we can make it work. So what are we doing? One of the main things, big things that we did this past year was we updated our street design manual for our avenue streets, 6 in total. And the biggest change was moving the bike lanes out from in the street and moving them up behind curb as our standard across all of our avenues. So these are a couple of the examples, 2-lane divided, 2-lane undivided. And this was really to get more towards the all ages and ability facilities. And so this has become what our standard design will be on many of our street projects. And you'll see this across a lot of the projects we're currently working on. So one of our projects is 6 Forks. The picture is what it looks like now. We are widening, but only keeping the same number of lanes and widening to create some separated bike facilities and improve the pedestrian facilities as well. Lake Wheeler Road, which runs along Dix Park, which is going to be where the city's future soon-to-be Gibson Plaza in Play is coming. It's currently a two-lane undivided, no sidewalks, no bike infrastructure. It's right outside of downtown. This is currently in design, but we are looking at either doing separated, a two-way cycle track on one side with sidewalks, or a very large multi-use path. Blue Ridge Road is about to begin construction. This is by the North Carolina Museum of Art. We are integrating with an NCDOT project to add a multi-use path along Blue Ridge Road. We're adding a bike ped bridge over Wade Ave, and we are also installing our first protected intersection for the city of Raleigh. Not all of the projects that we're doing are moving curb. We do have some where we're trying to utilize existing curb, but still provide increased buffer space. So this is our Oberlin Road streetscape project. We're going to be doing some parking protected bike lanes or buffered when we don't have the space to fit in parking protected. But this is to move away from doing door zone bike lanes. We've also been working on our downtown north-south Greenway connector. Phase 1 and 2 were completed by Paul Black, who's over there. This is a really fun project. It is the goal, long-term goal, is to connect our downtown to the Five Points neighborhood to the north, which has been historically very separated for bike and peds. There's not a great way to get to downtown from there in a safe way. And then long-term, we're doing the West Street extension, so it'd connect all the way down to Dix Park. Phase 1 and 2, we're in the middle, that's the blue and orange. And then we are currently working on phase 3, which is a very industrial road. There's not great pedestrian facilities, but it is a key connector. So we are looking at doing, utilizing in-street space to do somewhat of an urban greenway with flex posts on one side of the road. The picture in the corner is where we've done this already on Ratchford Drive as a connector for our greenway as an on-street connector. We've gotten a lot of really good feedback. It's been a great low-cost, quick way to provide those connections. We still continue to improve our bike infrastructure with resurfacing. It's become a really quick, easy way to do that, in both adding new bike lanes, but also improving what we have. And we've been doing this with both city-maintained streets and NCDOT. So this is Edwards Mill, which is owned by NCDOT and maintained by them. We had a very uncomfortable bike facility there, no buffer, high speeds. So we worked with them, we narrowed the lanes, we added green paint where we had those conflict zones, added a buffer. It's not our ideal facility, but the opportunity to improve it through resurfacing was really important to us. And then we are also continuing to work on our bike share program. It's doing really well. This is a map, and you'll see the straight line. I wasn't able to clean this up all the way, so there is some error in this, but you get a general sense of where people are riding with our bike share station. It's mainly centralized downtown, but people are going down to Gardner, over to Cary, over to Knightdale. So it's been a really successful system. It is owned and maintained by us. It is a docked-based system. We've been able to, that's been really beneficial, especially because we've been able to maintain things like what the pricing is going to be so that we can keep the pricing low and accessible. We have a access program that if you are under a certain income level, it's $10 for an annual membership, which gets you 45-minute rides. So we currently have 32 stations, but we're continuing to expand. And we're doing this both through city-initiated expansion, but also through development. Our developers have been really interested in expanding the bike share station. So all of the purple dots that you see are city-initiated ones. Those are coordinating with BRT, where we see important gaps. The yellow is where we have developers who have agreed to purchase the station and donate it to the city. And the gray ones are where we have pending interest from developers. So what's on the horizon? We're still working on a couple things. We have currently suspended our sidewalk petition program. We had a very large backlog in projects. And we were also starting to sense that it wasn't a very equitable program. So we've taken some time to work through that backlog and then to re-examine the petition program to make it more equitable, to increase eligibility, and to reduce barriers to participation in that program. We are thinking about updating our bike plan. One thing that happened when we changed our streetscapes is it put our bike plan out of sync with what our street plan was saying. So we're going to be taking a look at that. Bus rapid transit is going in, and we're starting to think about how do we make those critical first last mile connections for bicycle and pedestrians to make sure they can get to the station. And then with all the separated facilities and flex post facilities, we've had an increased issue of people blocking our bike lanes or even driving over the flex posts. So we've been looking at how do we look at violations, how do we do violations and take them more seriously and really enforce when people are blocking the bike lane. So that is what I have today and what we are working on.
Thank you, Fontaine. I'm going to make a bad planner joke here, which is if the tomato map is what's wrong with the triangle, maybe that mustard map is going to be what helps us fix it. So it's looking good. Next up, we have Danielle Kittredge with the town of Morrisville. Let's see. It's that the cursor has disappeared. Thank you, Danielle.
All right, good morning, everyone. Well, it's tough to follow the city of Raleigh there with all the great projects. Morrisville is a little smaller. We do have a population of just over 30,000 now. So what I did want to go over is kind of just some of our current projects and then looking into the future of some things that we have on our radar. The first thing to talk about is this year we did install 11 trail counters. We do have a variety of greenways throughout the town, and this was an initiative out of our Parks Department working with the IT department to say, what are some ways that we can try and, count the people that are using these trails to get a better understanding of how often should we be out there, picking up trash, mowing, as well as we do some advertising for town events along some of the greenways and where are some target areas for that. This does come with a data dashboard to be able to look at the counts monthly, to be able to get that information, as well as we do have a maintenance contract with C Insights that provides some maintenance for these counters. And there's a picture here of one of the counters and what that looks like. And then, let's see. I'll click to the next one. And this quick screenshot, a variety of the greenways, some data that comes out of it in order to be able to use it. This is relatively a newer initiative, so we'll be figuring out a little bit better about how best to use the data, decision points for that. It can also inform where are popular trails, where should we be focusing attention on other types of improvements or expansion, and that is something that is ongoing right now. The next thing I wanted to touch on are our major sidewalk gap projects. I've put on here the darker gray color, the boundaries for Morrisville, the planning area. We do have 3 larger sidewalk gap projects, and depending on how well or not you can see the map here, there are 3 segments, the darker black lines, and we're looking at filling in the sidewalk gaps. So there was little colored pieces on there. We do have one on our Airport Boulevard, Lewis Stevens Drive sidewalk gap project, and a Church Street sidewalk gap project. So in some way, we will be continuing have a continuous sidewalk network on either one or both sides of the street. In some of these cases, especially, for example, in our Lewis Stevens Drive, it's heavily residential. People do try to walk along the street. There's not really a safe spot. So being able to fill in those gaps, as well as providing, being largely some, suburban type developments, there's a lot of people that are out walking all the time. And so being able to provide those opportunities. So we do have some large projects going on right now, either in design or being constructed. So those are things that are on our radar with regard to sidewalks. This was what I'm showing here is not meant to be read. It's meant to be showing a whole bunch of kind of really hard to read, kind of confusing lists, our capital investment program. This is one snapshot of kind of the list and the planning out for the different projects. This is where I'm kind of getting into a little bit more of our future thinking on some things in terms of what can we do to take this list, communicate it to the public with regard to, it's going to cover a wide variety of capital investment program projects throughout the town, but also thinking about kind of the bike ped, the sidewalk investments that we're doing. And what I'm showing here is our current interactive development map, but what can we do to take that matrix, the Excel spreadsheet essentially, and put it into a visual map in which you can see where the projects are, you can get information about it, you can get a status update. And so kind of taking that concept, it is in the process right now that we are working on an interactive map for our capital improvement program. With that, you'd be able to click on where the projects are located. The active projects will have story maps associated with it. I have a screenshot here of some of the ones that are underway right now, pulling those together, but a way to communicate to the public, what are we working on, what is your money going towards, and being able to tell those stories and have that as an effective communication tool. So the last thing, this is getting into the end of the sort of future thinking here. Up on the screen, I have some of our more major greenways as well as planned greenways. The next one really kind of on our radar is a Sawmill Creek Greenway. It is essentially located in Morrisville, about 1.6 miles. When it does eventually get constructed, right now through a variety of either easements, payment in lieu, or little portions that have been constructed. We have about half of the land secured. There's some new development coming in the area that will help increase some of that. But that's one of our focus areas, kind of that a core place in the town to be able to provide another greenway that is in our comprehensive transportation plan. And our comprehensive transportation plan in 2024 will be 5 years old. So we'll also be looking at just the variety of changes that are happening around the region. And I know we're kind of excited too that hopefully we got the Triangle Bikeway that could come along the northern part of Morrisville and understanding where we might be able to connect into that and looking into the future. So those are a few of the things that Morrisville is working on, and I will go ahead and hand it off then to the next one.
All right, thank you, Danielle. For those of you who are interested, I know there were a lot of details in there with the CIP and the statistics that she showed. The presentations will be available afterwards if you want to see more there. And now we are with Town of Holly Springs. Do I have Daniel or Matt here? Holly Springs, going once, going twice. We'll come back around to you. All right, City of Durham. Thanks, Brian.
Morning, everyone. I'm Brian Taylor. I'm a transportation planner at the City of Durham, and I'm going to give an overview of some of our bike, sidewalk, and greenway projects that are active or upcoming. Sorry, I mumble anyways. We have a lot of sidewalk projects, as you can see, 18 in total, 9 federally funded, 9 locally funded with in-house design. They've been moving fairly slow through the design process for various reasons, and now they are starting to get into right-of-way. We have one in construction on Chapel Hill Road. Most, as I mentioned, are in right-of-way or about to enter right-of-way, and we are now sort of experiencing another bottleneck with our own real estate division with that we'll be tackling in the months and year to come, probably. There's a mixture here of types of projects. There's sidewalks, like one on Holloway Street that's going to be important access to transit project on our Go Durham Route 3. We have sidewalk and bike lane projects like on Maureen Road that it's a very expensive project we probably will not try to tackle again, opting in favor of things like shared use paths on the streets where we need both pedestrian and bicycle connectivity, sort of referencing what the City of Raleigh was talking about earlier, that move towards separating facilities behind the curb. Some of our upcoming projects, and we have actually modified from predominantly sidewalk projects to predominantly shared use projects. A few of those examples being Horton Road, which we just got CMAQ funding for. Others, NC 55, we're trying to make that a shared use path instead of just a sidewalk connection to connect the Riddle Road Trail with the R.K. Bryant Bridge Trail and Rocky Creek Trail. And Hardy Street is another one where we're looking at putting in a shared use path instead of a sidewalk and bumping into some issues with some bus stop improvements that we're making where we don't have that 8 or 10 foot clearance and figuring out what we can do about that. Some of our on-street projects, just in terms of paint and post projects, the 2 big ones have been around for a while, and we're hoping to finally get those on the ground. There are CMAQ bike lane projects. We will be putting down 8 miles of bike lanes in Durham. Those are shown in, I guess, teal on the screen now, what I thought was blue, and 7 miles of neighborhood bike routes in pink. Those are supposed to be under construction now, but NCDOT has a, I believe, October 31st limit for putting down thermoplastics, so those are now spring 2023 projects. In addition to that, we do have some resurfacing projects that we've been working on and that are, I think will be on the ground very soon. One is on Irwin, where we were able to extend some bike lanes further west towards Duke, and also on MLK, we had some existing buffered bike lanes, or sorry, they were bike lanes on MLK. They were not very good bike lanes, and we were able to widen those to 7 feet, make them buffered bike lanes all the way from NC 55, Hope Valley, and we hope to go back and be able to put in vertical protection on those bike lanes. And the other project shown here is an American Tobacco District waterline project where we had an opportunity to add some bike facilities. Some of those are already complete. We have bike lanes on Willard Street and Jackson Street already that are new. We've widened our Chapel Hill Street bike lanes to buffered bike lanes, and we also hope to install vertical protection there. And we went back and forth with DOT on a design on Duke and Gregson and ended up with a trying out a 2-way cycle track on Duke Street. We're currently having some issues with the railroad. We're getting some pushback from them on this crossing, but DOT is taking the lead on that, and we hope that we'll have that designed to complete within the next year. And when this is all complete, we will have a connection from the American Tobacco Trail all the way up to the Brightleaf Square area. Looking at some of our upcoming bike projects, in blue are Durham Bike Facilities 2. Those are 3 of our important bike projects from our bike walk plan. In purple, you see neighborhood bike routes 2. Those are some additional neighborhood bike routes identified in our neighborhood bike routes plan. Those are essentially most people here know just bike boulevards, mainly just signage and pavement marking. Because it's CMAQ funding, we are not able to put down many traffic calming devices. And we also do have some additional funding, CMAQ funding for vertical protection, so we can put flex posts in the buffers on our existing buffered bike lanes. Beyond that, we also have some city funding to hire consultants to help us with pavement marking plans and traffic analysis so that we can take full advantage of restriping opportunities on our resurfacing projects on our state streets and also on our city streets. This is zooming in on one of those projects, Durham Bike Facilities 2. Pretty excited about these because it's providing a lot of important connections to downtown Durham for bikes. On Chapel Hill Street, which is a very well-utilized corridor for bikes, on Foster Street, and on Club Boulevard. And on Foster Street, this will connect all the way from the American Tobacco Trail to downtown and up to the Allaby Creek Trail. It will be have a big impact on bike connectivity. It'll also be probably the most difficult one, given all the new development in the Central Park area just north of downtown and all the businesses and all the well-utilized on-street parking. And so one idea we got was parallel one-way buffered bike lanes. After talking with the city of Raleigh, I think they did this on West and Harrington, and this might be one option that we'll offer for public feedback when we have this project funded. Otherwise, we'd be taking every single parking spot on Foster, which is sure to be a lightning rod, but this is one of the options we'll be looking at, so we're glad that we got that tip from Raleigh on that. Looking at our Greenway projects, we'll be adding about 6.5 miles of Greenway when these 3 are completed. We have the R. Kelly Bryant Bridge Trail at 66% design, the Third Fork Creek Trail also at 66% design, and design on the Durham Rail Trail has also resumed with the help of a RAISE grant that was received last year. And I think someone in this room can probably correct me. I think it's about a year away from construction, and then it'll be 18 months for that to be completed. When we look at all of our projects, whether they be greenways, side paths, bike boulevards, or on-street bike facilities, we will be adding over 50 miles of bike facilities to the city of Durham. That'll be about a 60% increase on our existing network of on and off-street bike facilities. But there are still many gaps, some of them which you can probably see on the map: Bragtown, Irwin Road, University, and a lot of those are identified in our bike walk plan. We still have about 9 of 25 bike and sidewalk corridors unfunded from our bike walk plan that we're still trying to get funded. At the same time, we're about at the 5-year mark on our bike walk plan, and so we are also looking at an update to this plan to fill in some gaps and identify some new priorities. Some of those gaps might be things like traffic calming, bringing our neighborhood bike routes into the plan, and having a more comprehensive list of our bicycling and sidewalk priorities beyond just a top 25 list. Dale thought y'all might also be interested in our Bully Bikes program. We have given e-bikes to downtown Durham residents who work downtown, focusing specifically on shift workers who might work odd hours, and tracking them with a smartphone app and seeing how the e-bikes can affect their travel behavior and reduce auto dependency. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Brian. Also going on in Durham, there is the Bikeable event that I believe is next Saturday. Is that right? Okay, so I would encourage you to go down there and see a lot of the people that are enjoying the greenways, the infrastructure there, and I believe that the e-bikes will also be there for you to see and experience. With that, Bergen Watterson.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm Bergen Watterson, excuse me, Transportation Planning Manager in Chapel Hill. And there we go. So I am here to talk about what we've been doing in Chapel Hill over the last, not just last year, I think probably about 3 years, at least since COVID started. We did a few things during COVID when everything else was kind of stopped and shut down. We took that opportunity to put in some, what I like to call COVID lanes. Everyone calls them something different. We were anticipating a DOT resurfacing on Franklin Street in summer of 2020, and we'd been working hard to get plans. I know Carrboro was working on that too. It was going to be a huge transformative project. And we found out right before, as soon as our plans got approved, that they were going to delay it at first to 2021 just because of COVID funding, and then ended up ultimately being delayed to 2022. So we took that opportunity and pivoted and put in COVID lanes on Franklin. It was an idea we had, and then we got a petition from the public, and so we were able to block off one lane in each direction and put in temporary bollards where the traffic was moving right next to where the pedestrians were going to be. We put in the big water-filled barriers. That was a DOT requirement. And we had this in place. It was supposed to be just for a few months. We had it in place for a full 2 years. It looked like a junkyard by the end of it because we weren't keeping it up knowing that the resurfacing was coming, but it really provided a lot of space for people to walk, bikes to go in, some restaurants and retail were able to expand their businesses out onto the sidewalk a little bit more. We still kept the ADA, the 5 feet, but it really made Franklin Street more vibrant than it otherwise would have been during COVID. And the residents and the business owners were really happy with that. We also took that opportunity and went to a few residential streets, the particularly wide ones, and installed in-road street paths. These are roads that are so low down on our sidewalk list that in our lifetimes, they're really never gonna get sidewalks, but we had requests for them, not much parking on the side. So we went in our staff we went out with a roll of tape and some cones, and I think Josh made these signs, and we just put them up, and people started walking in them as we were installing them. It was wild. So we kept them up really until they washed away. They're not, the most solid materials. But that turned into, we're gonna be installing those permanently on 3 streets around in Chapel Hill this spring. In October of 21, our council finally adopted a Vision Zero resolution. It was a long one, and this is my favorite, be it further resolved, that the safety of vulnerable road users shall be given top priority in transportation decisions. So this, in my eyes, is huge. We're looking at our development review process. We're looking at whether or not we can take parking away, whether we can take lanes away, and whether that actually ends up working out in reality. At least we have this written down and documented to fall back on if we need to. So with our Vision Zero program, we have a part-time staff person fully dedicated to it. That's grant funded, so we've been able to really get a lot done over the last couple of years. We have a task force made up of town staff as well as members of the public representing different agencies, public health, social services, the school district, et cetera. We have an executive committee that's a lot of department heads working, county manager, Carrboro town manager, just the decision makers, getting them in the room quarterly so we can actually get head nods and get things done. We've implemented a few quick build projects. We did a big survey and public outreach in the North Side neighborhood and ended up with some curb extensions, really listen to the residents of what their concerns were, and were able to put in some temporary measures to address those. I thought that went really well. Put in some RRFBs in response to dangerous areas that had been identified. Put in a pilot project right out in front of Town Hall. It seems very small, but working with DOT, it was a big win to get a couple of flexible bollards and some solid lines painted right leading up to one of the RRFB and medians that we have. And this is when it's right outside Town Hall. You're there working and you hear tires screeching all day long. So I think maybe this has reduced that. We'll see. We were able to pass some ordinance changes earlier this summer related to Vision Zero. We made 25 miles an hour the town-wide speed limit. We installed some new school zone signs and pavement markings. We got into the ordinance. We haven't implemented one yet because we had some staffing changes at the beginning of the summer, but some neighborhood slow zones, which is now in the ordinance, so we can work with neighborhoods and make it sort of a, instead of just here and there traffic calming, make it a comprehensive neighborhood approach. So and keep with the identity of each neighborhood. Hope to implement that, the first one this fall. And along with Vision Zero, we actually got some funding this year, which for a town like Chapel Hill, it's small. We have a lot of needs. I got bike ped funding and Vision Zero funding. So it's half of what I asked for, but for me, that's a really good sign that I think council is really on board with what we're doing. One of the main things we've been doing is road diets. I feel like we've finally gotten a really good process down with DOT. These 3 are the ones we've done just in the last year. On DOT roads, we have to do the traffic analysis and the town has to pay for it. The town has to pay for the traffic counts and the analysis and the pavement markings. But we've gotten it really a good relationship with DOT, and they're coming kind of fast and furious, and we're able to do them pretty easily. We got Culbreth Road, which was last summer, Ephesus Church Road this summer, and Franklin Street, which was also completed this summer. That one we're, for a number of reasons, particularly proud of, but also proud of DOT for letting us put in protected bike lanes. They're protected by parked cars with wide buffers on both sides and vertical, vertical delineation. We've got green bike boxes and the green skips along the conflict areas. These were town ones. I know the one on the top left is not great. We're working on a new design for that, but really taking these opportunities with resurfacing and putting in bike lanes wherever we can. We've got a good process down with our Public Works Department also. And finally, a transportation engineer on staff, so I really have high hopes going forward. It's been about a year since we've had someone in that position. And the guy we have now, a lot of you probably know him, Roger Henderson, is just all in multimodal, really a lot of experience. I'm super excited to be working with him. We've got 2 more town resurfacing projects that we're working on for this next summer. One of them I think will be easy. It's on UNC. We're actually looking at maybe a transit lane, which would be our first in Chapel Hill. And another one is going to be a bit more of a challenge. If you live in Chapel Hill, Carborough area, please let our elected officials know that we want bike lanes instead of parking. We're hoping to put in some proper protected, maybe with even curbs or planters instead of just the bollards on Cameron Avenue, which is a really busy bike commuter route between Carborough and UNC. So we really want the best facilities we can get on that road. We've got tip projects underway. Estes Drive, I know the pictures look really nice. This is an absolute dumpster fire. This project has been going on forever. I think we'll get there. We are getting there. It will look like it's going to look on the right side here, but it's been fits and starts and conflicts and challenges since I started at the town over 5 years ago. It's kind of on hold right now with utility relocations, but it will continue. But that is a lot of my time working on that one. We got another really good one that's just about under construction, the Fordham Side Path, which will run along the side of Fordham, connecting Rainbow Soccer Fields. It's a really good connection there. Some upcoming ones, Homestead Road, bike lanes and multi-use paths should be bid hopefully this fall. Estes Extension, we have the funding. It's a federal project. Will probably, hopefully be less of a disaster than regular Estes, but will also maybe look like that beautiful picture on the right. We can initiate that design later this fall as soon as we have the local match available. I've got a couple of greenways at various stages of design. Morgan Creek connecting over to Carborough, and then Morgan Creek also going to the east. We have funding for the design and construction of at least the west one. And probably some ARPA funding to start design on 2 more greenways. But we don't just do capital projects. We've got our transportation demand management program and some other programming and events that we do. Len Cohn is our transportation demand management community manager, does a lot of really great work, does all of these different campaigns. Last year, she got all of us to carry an Olympic torch around on our commutes to capitalize on the Olympics happening and sort of garner attention and interest in that. This year partnered with different town departments this year, including the public housing, and did bike information and helmet giveaways at a lot of our public housing neighborhoods. We just last week had our annual staff and council bike ride where we go on a tour around Chapel Hill and look at the great things that we're doing and also identify the problem areas. The walk and bike and roll to school day was 2 days ago. That's a picture, I think, of Ephesus Elementary on their way. We're just about to finish up our wayfinding strategy, so we'll have some nice, beautiful new signs all around town, hopefully in the next few months. We also have a BRT coming. It seems elusive, but I think it will happen at some point. We've been working on a TOD study for that and doing accessibility audits for all of the station areas to make sure people can actually get to that BRT when it comes. So lots going on in a fairly small town. I'm really proud of what we've been doing and looking forward to what comes next. Thank you.
Thank you, Bergen. There is a lot of exciting projects going on there. Congratulations on the Vision Zero funding, and also best use of a dumpster fire emoji in any presentation. So not really sure how you follow that, Sandy, but please help Sandy Bailey in welcoming her.
Good morning. Let's see if I can get this rolling. I'm Sandy Bailey. I'm in the Transportation Planning Group for the town of Cary. And I'm just going to give you a quick overview of Cary's bike ped infrastructure and then highlight some of the projects and planning that we have going on right now. I grabbed this photo off the web because I just love it. Kind of fun. So, just a quick, like I said, overview. Cary covers roughly 60 square miles and kind of spread out across the town. We have about 90 miles of greenway right now and over 470 miles of sidewalk and about 79 miles of on-road bike facilities. Some planning projects that we're undertaking is we are embarking on a town-wide bike plan, and that will be getting started this fall. There will be lots of public engagement with that plan that will be happening this spring and this summer. It's anticipated to be about a 12 to 18-month process to complete the planning. And at the same time, we will be updating our Greenways Master Plan as a part of the update to our overall Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Master Plan. Cary has a sidewalk request program that's funded every year, and our town council decided to give a big boost to that program by dedicating $12 million of ARPA funding to building sidewalk projects and filling gaps and gaps in street side trail projects. And so that money will cover about 14 different projects. And the map that you see here really covers all of the sidewalk projects that are active and funded across Cary right now. The Fenton Develop in Cary recently opened. It's located right at the juncture of 40 and Carytown Boulevard, near where the old mall used to be. And that development includes Cary's first protected intersection, bike box, and protected bike lanes. And so those are shown in the upper left and bottom photos. We're also beginning design for bike ped facilities on the Lewis Stevens Drive corridor, which is adjacent to the Cary Tennis Park. And the concept for that corridor will include raised protected bike lanes with segregated pedestrian areas. And that's just kind of a concept in the top right photo there. Black Creek Greenway is one of Cary's older and more loved, higher volume greenways. It's part of the East Coast Greenway, but it's in dire need of renovation. Whenever we get heavy rains, that greenway suffers a lot of damage due to its proximity to the creek. And so we have funding in place, and we have received spot funding to help with that renovation. And so it'll be great when it's all done, but unfortunately, it's going to take a couple of years to get that work complete. And so we have detour plans in place and detour signage that's already up. We're simultaneously doing a sewer renovation along that same corridor, so the phased closures on Black Creek have already started. Cary also has the Higgins Greenway project that's about to go to construction, hopefully soon. And this greenway will provide a critical connection to our downtown especially for those residents kind of in that inside the Maynard Loop, southwest of downtown. And so there's a lot of public engagement with this project, and it was a little bit contentious because of a plan to go through a Cary cemetery. But I think we've reached gotten to a design that addresses those citizen concerns, and will take the greenway around the south perimeter of the cemetery and create some separation, and hopefully will look something like this. Cary completed Cary's portion of the Crabtree Creek Greenway around the south side of Lake Crabtree. I think it's been about 5 years now. And so we are currently in the process of creating a link between Crabtree Creek Greenway and the Weston Greenway system that serves the Weston Parkway area, Weston office and mixed use area. And so this short little greenway connection will be an important one. It'll go under Weston Parkway, and will include public art. So that's kind of a concept for that project. We also received CMAQ funding to help complete a critical link on Cary's Bond Park land, which is our major metro park. And this is another short little segment, but important nonetheless. It's about a half-mile long, and it will link Bond Park proper with the Preston soccer field area by High House Road. And that there's an existing underpass under Cary Parkway that's not ideal, but we'll be utilizing that for this connection for the time being. It'll be a kind of a major overhaul to upgrade that. Hopefully we'll get to that in the future. We're also beginning to focus a lot on the Walnut Creek Greenway corridor in Cary. And if you're familiar with Cary, on our plans, it's currently referred to as Iron Gate Greenway, but it ties at Buck Jones Road to Walnut Creek Greenway coming out of Raleigh. And so part of our Greenways Master Plan update will be we're looking to consolidate some of our Greenway naming so that we end up with longer regional corridor names. And so we'll be changing Iron Gate to Walnut Creek Greenway. And so there's a focus on that right now. The Fenton development that I mentioned earlier is constructing a portion of the Greenway that's adjacent to their site. And then we have a conceptual alignment study underway that will get us looking at an alignment to get from Fenton to our downtown area. And then I anticipate that Walnut Creek and Cary will be on the books in the future for quite some time. It's got a lot of interest around it right now. Another exciting and very large project in the planning stages in Cary right now, we refer to as the center, and it's a center that's the proposed location for the center is kind of where the South Hills Mall area is, in the red circle area generally. And I wanted to mention this one because you can see in the top left, the top of the screen, that green dashed line is the Walnut Creek Greenway and where it crosses over Buck Jones to Raleigh. And so this project will include planning and ultimately construction for a portion of that greenway. And just to kind of give you an idea about the center, this is one of the conceptual drawings from the consultant, and it'll be like a major competitive sports facility and community center, about 100,000 square feet of competition space, 12 full-size basketball courts and things like that. And Cary's working with Wake County on that project. And I've already heard some very interesting ideas for how the Greenway will tie into that facility. So we'll see. That'll be about a 5-year project. And so we have other initiatives going on in Cary. We right now are conducting a pilot where we are allowing e-bikes on our greenways, which is not currently in our regulations. And so that pilot will go on through the end of the year. And we'll make a decision probably in the next month or so about how to proceed with that. This past summer, we also did piloted docked bike rentals at Bond Park, which is kind of the hub of our greenway system. And there was a great amount of interest in those rentals. And so once our e-bike pilot, we know where we're going with that, we'll probably come back and revisit the bike rentals and maybe like a first step in, expanding bike share for Cary. We continue to look at placemaking along the greenways. We completed the mural on this White Oak Creek Greenway. This is the tunnel going under the railroad by Davis Drive Park. We're also working with DOT to try to get approval for a unique, crosswalk design that will be not only placemaking, but really wayfinding for our primary greenway corridor, which is Black Creek and White Oak. So we're inching ever closer to hopefully an approval on that. And then lastly, I wanted to mention that we are also trying to do more greenways programming as a way to further engage the community. And we have one of those events coming up on October 30th that we're calling the Greenway Bike and Wine, and should be a fun time on a Sunday afternoon. So we want to invite you all to go to Cary's website and come join us for that event. And that's all I have right now. Thank you.
I mean, when you end with bike and wine, how can you not get excited about Town of Cary? I thought I was excited about the connections that they always show over the years, but bike and wine, that's a pretty good one. And next up, we have Christina Moon from the Town of Scarborough.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the introduction. I'm Tina Moon, and I am pleased to have an opportunity to tell you a little bit about what we're doing at the Town of Scarborough. Let's see if I can do this without wearing glasses. Success. Okay. In preparing for this, I spent a little bit of time going through our files, trying to find the last couple of presentations that we've done for this group, and it seemed like the last one was from 2009. And it was an interesting kind of reflection point for me, because in 2019, we were in the process of implementing our 2009 bicycle plan with the projects in there, as well as our 2010 Safe Routes to School plan, and wrestling with an issue of an unwieldy implementation committee, trying to get too many experts at the same time and having issues with quorum. Just 2-3 years later, we now have an updated bicycle plan, an effort to go back out to the community to reaffirm kind of our priorities, to add some new details with regard to new design treatments and so forth, to begin to apply a race and equity lens. So some big changes there. Scarborough has also since adopted its very first comprehensive plan, big deal for a small town, particularly to have accomplished that during COVID. That was another way of a major community-based effort, a systems-based plan, and one that really reaffirmed the community's interest in multimodal transportation, seeing the connections between land use, transportation, affordable housing, climate change, et cetera. We also spent some time restructuring our Safe Routes to School Implementation Committee, getting that now so it's attached to an existing standing transportation advisory board so that that work can pick up again. So we're excited to see that. The result of which, as you can imagine, we have now identified a lot of projects. And so the step for a relatively small jurisdiction is then to begin to see how we can be efficient for moving these projects forward. And that means spending some time looking for cross-cutting projects that check boxes for all of these plans, seeking funding that meets the finding funding that matches the projects, and seeking partnerships, as well as reapplying some of the lenses that we now have through the comprehensive plan, again, race and equity, climate action, and now a renewed interest in safety, the interest in Vision Zero. It's kind of starting at the top dollar project, going through some of our TIP projects, moving essentially north to south. One we've been working on for a while now is the Jones Creek Greenway. This is a relatively small project in terms of distance. It's a relatively short segment of multi-use path, but it also involves a pedestrian crossing. This will connect a relatively large residential community for Carrboro to an existing greenway system that the county has put in Orange County to an elementary school. It will also skirt what you can see as the tree-lined area, what is a future active recreational community, a future active park that Orange County will be constructing at some point, Twin Creeks. So small project, big opportunities there, one that we're really excited to move forward. Some other projects, STIP projects in the southern part of our jurisdiction, the Morgan Creek Greenway. Thanks, Bergen. This is a great example of a collaboration type of a project in that the town has a portion of the Greenway. It will connect underneath Smith Level Road to Chapel Hill, which will be a really great resource paralleling 54, connecting to schools and recreational areas here in Carrboro that will connect to University Lake. So really great opportunity there. I have to give a little bit of fanfare to these signalized pedestrian crossings, even though this is really a project that DOT is managing. Chapel Hill is providing more funding than us, but we are leveraging our some funding through the Orange County Transit Plan. So great example of collaboration and a great example of getting safety improvements to get people across NC 54, which for us will connect north-south Carrboro. So big deal for us. Some sidewalk projects, South Greensboro Street, we've been working on that one for a while. That's a main north-south gateway to Carrboro. It will also help connect to a project that's not shown here, but what we refer to as the 203 project. That's a new southern branch of the Orange County Library that will be Carrboro's kind of first large brick and mortar library facility. We're looking at some other related improvements as part of this project, trying to find a way to do a little bit of a restriping to get bike lanes in that southern part of the corridor under 54 towards Smith Level Road, some other potential connections. That last little block at the top part of what you see here is the yellow line connecting you into Carrboro, so really connecting some additional facilities there, such as the Roberson Bikeway and just getting to downtown. We've also identified another couple of projects that we've not yet initiated, but are programmed for funding that will also help the community. And what's not on the slide, because it's not in the picture, is the Carrboro portion of Estes Drive. So for us, that right-of-way is a little bit tighter than in Chapel Hill, but we are looking to make that connection, which will be huge, getting from East Franklin Street all the way into Chapel Hill and all the way into Carrboro. So exciting stuff to come. Also speaking to resurfacing, we too have jumped on the bandwagon for taking advantage of partnerships with DOT. We had some success with our first restriping project, East Main Street. The green pavement markings are now in. We're just finalizing some of the signal work. We have a more narrow cross-section than Chapel Hill, so we have to apply a different design, but one that we think will be successful. We've had a little bit of confusion because for some folks, seeing bike lanes seem kind of wide. Getting that green pavement marking in place and some additional signage, I hope will clarify that. And I think we also see this as a good project moving forward. We're also hoping to partner with Chapel Hill for a resurfacing project on Merritt Mill Road. 2 other projects that are coming up for Carborough that we're trying to work with DOT to do some cross-section changes to add bike lanes. Jones Ferry Road, there's one portion, that was my front picture, one section already. The eastbound lane has protected bike lanes with actual delineators. We're working on trying to get at least a segment of a buffered bike lane heading south or westbound. That's something we're going to have to work through with DOT to see if we can achieve that, but that's on our radar. Likewise, North Greensboro Street is subject to be, or scheduled for resurfacing. I think in FY24, we've begun some preliminary design work for buffered bike lanes, and we'll be working on a capacity analysis for the section closest to downtown to see if there's a way of eliminating part of a turn lane so that we can get bike lanes in there. That's a little bit more iffy, but we're going to take advantage of this opportunity to examine that. Once we know that for sure, we'll be able to move forward with finishing the design for many of you, a long time in coming bike loop detector project. So we have that at about 75% design, and we're just waiting until we find out the situation with that restriping. We are also taking advantage of town resurfacing projects to implement our bike plan, sharrows, traffic calming, things of that sort as well. And, again, pushing this collaboration where we can. DOT ADA projects, we've had a really good opportunity to sit down with DOT, and a shout out to Zach Halleck in the back row there, who really spent time with DOT pointing out where we have had town interests of getting crosswalks or other improvements and getting those added into those DOT projects. So really important for a small town to be able to do those kinds of things. I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about this project real quick. This was, again, the image you saw on the cover slide. This is a segment of Jones Ferry Road. The cross-section was changed in about 2011-ish as part of a DOT spot safety project. There was interest in having protected bike lanes. The buffered lanes were included as part of the spot safety project. Actually, adding delineators was a little bit farther than DOT was comfortable going at the time. We spent a number of years working with DOT and the town public works staff to find a product that we could all come to agreement on to try. First, there was the issue with expense, the questions about proprietary products. We finally came to terms with some delineators, and we set this up as kind of a one-year pilot project. We've now hit that one-year mark. So we are in the process now of reviewing with DOT the success of this. It's turned out okay in terms of maintenance, which was one of the concerns. And for the most part, the delineators have stayed intact. A few get ripped out here and there, but for the most part, that's been successful. We have taken advantage of this to do some surveying. So we've conducted one survey focusing on the bicycle community, and then we've done other surveys using SurveyMonkey, online and with, handouts in the apartment complexes, English and Spanish and so forth. And the results have been kind of interesting. I've just included 2 slides out of that full-fledged survey, but it was interesting. It wasn't a slam dunk. There were some people that really liked protected bike lanes. Other people found it a little bit constricting, wanted a little bit more movement. Whether that can be accommodated with putting the delineators a little bit farther apart, I think those are some things, I'd love to hear from you all in the break of your experience with these. And as always, when you send out a survey, it's an opportunity to get other comments. So we heard, here's just a lot of recommendations from enthusiastic bike people who it's great in a community when they know all about green pavement marking and other improvements. We also heard a lot about things like trash, debris in the bike lanes and other problems like that, which is a reminder for us to work with our public works staff and try to get ahead of those kinds of issues. So again, hitting through our list of projects, we have a big emphasis now on really getting projects in our CIP, trying to knock things out, particularly projects that have been identified as priorities. This is a snapshot from the updated bike plan with the top 5 priorities identified, and we've made some progress on at least 4 of them. One, I think, may have some feasibility issues. We're going to have to take a fresh look at that. But, you know, it's interesting for the members of the public who aren't seeing things on the ground right away. There's actually a lot of work that's going on in the background, I think, before people start to see things. So this is a good reminder that that work is underway. And again, this is an excerpt from the new comprehensive plan. This is our long-term goal to really grow the network, fill in the gaps. With town projects, look for STIP funding, federal funding for the larger, more expensive projects. And I just kind of like to close. I think we've all touched on TDM and Safe Routes to School and other programs. After kind of a 2-year lull, I think it's exciting for a lot of folks to be able to get together again and do some of these nice feel-good adventures. You know, after debating whether or not to have one of the town's signature events for Bike Month, the Bike Breakfast, we decided to go ahead and have it, even if we didn't have a good turnout. And as it turned out, it was quite successful, more than we expected. So this is one of our pictures from Safe Routes, from our Bike Walk to School Day this week. Great example of walk with the mayor. So we have the mayor in the picture, a local police officer who assists with kind of community service, and just a happy day all around. So I'll close with that. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Tina. Great job with the prioritization of pedestrian work there. I know I typically say bike ped, but it's a great reminder to have it up there in reverse with walk and bike to school day. Up next, we have Jenna Schaus with Town of Apex. There we go.
Good morning. Okay, so I'm Jenna Schaus with the Planning Department at the Town of Apex. I'll be presenting pedestrian and bicycle updates this morning. So an overview of what I'll be discussing. So first, looking at Safe Routes to School, then our recently approved 2021 Streets and Sidewalks Bond, and some recently completed projects and projects that are underway, and then our recently adopted Vision Zero Action Plan and potential bike share. So starting with Safe Routes to School need evaluation and expanding the toolbox. So some background, back in 2018, planning staff began the town's Safe Routes to School initiative. And at that time, we interviewed the principals throughout town. And then we utilized the information that we gathered from those interviews to inform our capital improvement program and then LAP applications. And since then, starting last fall, we conducted another round of interviews with the principals to learn what's changed, what's working, what needs to be done, are there any new priorities, and then share some information about the potential bond, which is since approved, and then the town's approach to Safe Routes to School, how we program projects in the capital improvement program. And then during those first round of interviews, we had static PDF maps that we were using, but since then we've advanced and now use an ArcGIS online tool. And the biggest change is now we've mapped all of the gaps in the pedestrian network along collector streets and thoroughfares, and those are all shown. This is just a snip, this isn't the map, but all these orange dashed lines are now mapped. So if you click on it, you see the extent of the project and we have a cost estimate. So that's really helpful when working with the CIP. And then there's a lot of other things on this map. So it shows, we typically look at a half-mile buffer around the school. So schools here with this little purple cap symbol, look at a half-mile buffer, and then the no transport zone as a starting place for safe routes needs. And then the Streets and Sidewalks Bond. So it's a larger bond, but it includes $6 million for Safe Routes to School projects, and the first sale was last year for $1 million, and then the next sale will be in a few years, get another $5 million. And we're saving $2 million of that because there's an anticipated high school in the southern part of Apex, closer to Holly Springs, and we anticipate that there'll be a lot of needs in that area, so kind of reserving some funds to provide those connections. And looking at some recently completed projects. So this was a lab-funded project, the James to Downtown Pedestrian Improvements, and it also serves as a Safe Routes to School project, providing sidewalk here in blue to Apex Middle School. And then a project for Laurel Park Elementary. This was another lab project, a little bit different. It was a resurfacing and restriping project, working within the existing curb line to redesign the roadways. And it also included some pedestrian improvements, some new rapid flashing beacons, and then a striped bike lane on the east side of Lower Duncan Road. And then Green Level High School, a pedestrian project to complete sidewalk and side path gaps along a major thoroughfare, and then add a new pedestrian crossing of Roberts Road so that the students living on the south side of this thoroughfare can safely access the high school. Ooh. Didn't know I had animations, okay. And then Scotts Ridge Elementary School, and another Safe Routes to School project. And this was kind of a parks to school project. So up here, right outside the map, is Kelly Road Park. And then here's Scotts Ridge Elementary. So this one completes sidewalk and side path gaps, and then a new signalized pedestrian crossing. And this one was a little bit, took some time because it involved adding side path on a bridge over 540. And the recently completed project for Apex Elementary, and this one I was particularly excited about because this was one of the first needs that a principal shared with me. So this is Apex Elementary School, and a number of students were walking home and from West Haven Apartments, and they were having to have staff walk along the west side of Tingen Road, shown here, and cross at an existing crosswalk there, but there's not a crossing guard at that location. So we were able to have students cross where there is a crossing guard and then complete this sidewalk gap so they can safely get home. And then as part of that project, we just went ahead and completed the sidewalk gaps along that corridor. And then some project efforts that are underway. So this isn't really legible from where you all are, but this is a map that we've started to bring to public meetings to show the recently completed projects and the projects underway. And then this table has really come in handy so people can see what year we anticipate construction funding, because that's always the first question. It's on the map, but when's it going to be on the ground? And another project that's underway, this one would serve Apex High School students. So there have been a number of crashes along Lower Duncan Road, shown right here, this thoroughfare, and a number of students live on the east side of the thoroughfare across from the school. So the idea is to have sidewalk along the east side to channel students to an existing crosswalk where there are flashing beacons to avoid random crossings of that thoroughfare. And another project along a thoroughfare is the Staley's Academy, an elementary school in Apex. And right now there are students walking along this roadway every day. So this project is right-of-way is underway, so hopefully we'll have that soon because it's a heavily traveled corridor by pedestrians. And Bauckham Elementary, so this is another LAT project, and it was combined with a water line project. So we'll have sidewalk along the south side of this thoroughfare, and then a new signalized pedestrian crossing to complete the route from an apartment complex to Bauckham Elementary School. And then a recently funded LAT project, one of the larger ones that we're working on right now. All the pink shows the sidewalk gaps that will be completed. And this is also a Safe Routes to Transit project because there are a number of bus stops in this area that serve Go Apex Route 1. And another Bauckham Elementary School project to complete a more direct route from Lake Ridge Apartments right here to get to Bauckham Elementary School, and it also serves some bus stops in that area. And then this one is a little bit unique. So the town is working in partnership with a developer, and they've agreed to pay for the sidewalk, even though they're not developing these parcels, if we design it and then acquire the right-of-way. So this one would complete, or in combination with another project the developer is working on, complete connections to the Apex Friendship Schools. And then there are a few greenways in development. Not going to get into much detail about these, but the major greenways are the Beaver Creek Greenway, the Middle Creek Greenway, and Apex West Greenway, and we anticipate that those will either start construction or go to bid in the next few months. And then in August, the town adopted the Vision Zero Action Plan, and it was led by an interdepartmental task force that included staff from a number of departments, and we were able to leverage that plan to be able to submit a Safe Streets for All grant application. We expect to hear the results early next year. And as part of that plan, it included some pedestrian and bicycle actionable strategies, including expanding our pedestrian needs inventory to incorporate the latest bike ped crash data and then look more closely at safe routes to transit, and also continue and expand coordination with Wake County Public School System to evaluate bike ped needs and provide those routes and then address safety concerns as they arise. And as part of the Vision Zero Action Plan development, we held a fun event. We called it Safety Town, and at that event, we had a traffic garden. And here's a picture of that. So it's a traffic garden, you all may already all be familiar, but it's kind of a mini roadway network for kids to learn about traffic safety. We were able to complete this in partnership with TJ Cog and then Deborah Franklin and Wake County staff. So it was a really fun event. And at the Safety Town event, we also had a demonstration for rapid flashing beacons, and then the police department had some exhibits as well. And then we had a spinning wheel for after the kids went through the traffic garden to get a prize, and then you can see the booze it and lose it to learn about driving under the influence. And so bike share is something that we're beginning to investigate. And we're planning to release a request for information next month, to potentially have a bike share program that would start as a pilot to serve residents and visitors as they park in downtown or park kind of outside and come into downtown while a parking lot is under construction. So that's all I have today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenna. Thank you to all of our presenters. And I am glad to say that we are on time. So we have plenty of time for questions. I hope that you all have them. Is there anyone that would like to kick us off? Yes.
So my question was for Durham. Their full e-bike program, I was just wondering, said it was geared towards shift workers, and I just wondered how many people had signed up for it, and if they have had any feedback yet.
Dale, Brian, someone who would like to come up and address that, and we'll try and hit the other Durham questions while they're up here.
So, right, so I think the question was how many people have signed up for the program? And
How many people are actually using it now, and have any feedback on how it's going?
okay, so Durham has the Bully Bikes program. I think neither Brian or I are closely connected to it, so we may not be able to provide all the details, but what I can tell you is there are 50 bikes, and it's my understanding that there are close to 50 have been, loaned out to workers, and so it is really aimed at sort of the essential workers, as we've learned to use that term in the last few years, who are working in the downtown area.
Do you know how they're being stored, and do they have places to store them so that they're outside of the elements?
Well, they are taking the bikes home. I mean, they're using the bikes, and they're parking them at their workplaces, wherever that might be, mostly in downtown Durham.
Dale, do you want me to answer some of the questions?
Sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, John, yeah. Yeah, John, I'm sorry, I'd forgotten that John Talmadge was actually involved with this program more than me.
Good morning, John Talmadge, Executive Director of Bike Durham, and the city contracted with us to do equitable engagement on the project. So there are 320 applicants. In the application, they asked for a lot of information about where you work and income levels, race, gender. And this was only for people who worked in a specified area of downtown, and then we mentioned the targeting for employees and trying to get low-income employees. So 320 people applied. A lot of those did not fit all those criteria. There are 50 bikes. There were several cohorts, so I would estimate that they're in the range of 75 to 80 people have had an opportunity to use the bikes for a minimum of 4 weeks. Some got to extend it for additional weeks if they were using it well. The data is still coming in. They had to track, as part of using this, they had to track there was an app that they had to download to their phone and then assign, did I use the e-bike for this trip? Did I drive or did I get carpool? So all that data is being collected and will be analyzed by the city staff. And they have a relationship with the planning department at UNC to help with exit interviews with the users at the end. So that'll come to a close the first week of November, and then they'll spend the rest of the like 4 or 6 weeks compiling all the results to prepare a report.
And what is the future of that? I mean, might still be.
That is all TBD, right? That is a question that we all have, yeah.
Wait. So were those all electric bikes or a mix?
They're all electric bikes. So they purchased them from REI. Originally, we're hoping to reuse these salvaged jump bikes that the city got, but for a variety of reasons, that was determined to be infeasible, and so they purchased 50 e-bikes from, and I think they're class 3 e-bikes, if I have it right. So the maximum speed is mid-20s. Bloomberg grant. Yeah. Look at all these questions about.
Sorry, John. Is the research studying the behavior or the routes that the bicycle and bike riders are using to better understand bike behavior? Because as we design networks, I don't know if we're necessarily designing a network that serves the bike riders. I don't know if that makes sense, but
No, I understand that question. I think that they're going to have a rich data set because of the app and the tracking all of the movements that people are taking. It doesn't require them to put a trip in. All the trips are just automatically tracked, and then they have to assign what mode they used. So I don't think that they've really explored or really thought through all the ways that they can use that data when it's done. A fair amount of this will also be the exit interview and having people add their own thoughts about what worked, what didn't work, how they changed their behavior from before to the pilot.
How do you ensure data security for those folks who have signed up?
They went through a few steps to give people an anonymized token, and that they used that to enroll in the, or download and register with the app. So I would say that's the biggest step that they've taken. The app itself was developed by I'm not going to remember what it stands for. It's called NREL. It's a federal research organization in Colorado. They were doing a pilot beforehand, and so there was some adaptation to make it work for the Durham experience. But it's a pretty sophisticated app, so I think it has a lot of those security features built in, and then trying to separate it out from the other data that might be on their phone with that token.
So just a shout out to John. He was a couple of decades ahead of himself. He tried that program as an intern in Chapel Hill a few years ago. And now he's come to fruition for us. So go, John.
All right. If you will let me know who your question is for, we'll have them come up.
Town of Cary.
Town of Cary. Let's see. Is it about the bike and wine?
No,
Pretty sure you can find it on the website. Also, if you will repeat the question, we do have viewers online, so thank you.
Okay.
So in your presentation, you had mentioned that there is an existing underpass that was problematic. I don't remember which greenway it was for. I think it's the one you were constructing from Bond Park.
That's right.
Can you just talk a little bit more about what was problematic about that and what you're doing to, if you're able to do something to resolve that?
Yeah, so the question is about an existing underpass that we're using for a greenway project. And the greenway, it's actually part of Crabtree Creek Greenway. We have two ends of it, and Morrisville has a piece in the middle. This is the end that comes out of Bond Park. And so Bond Park land extends under, or on the other side of Cary Parkway. And there are soccer fields, the Preston Soccer Fields is what they're called, and they abut right up to High House Road. And so this Greenway project will connect those two sides of the parkland. But we're utilizing an existing underpass under Cary Parkway. And so right now, it's about, maybe 8 feet wide, and it's connected by sidewalks that come down off of Cary Parkway on either side. It's problematic in that the vertical clearance is not ideal. The width is not ideal. I think it's 8 feet, but there's handrail on one side, and it literally abuts the creek that goes through there. And so there's flooding that happens, and that will leave debris on the trail, things like that. And so it's not to our standards, but I think in order to get it to meet our standards is going to take work on Cary Parkway, because we literally will be in the creek if we go any farther out. And so I think it's a little ways off for us to be able to address that the way we'd like to. So what we're doing in the interim is really concentrating on either side of that underpass and we've gone through lots of different iterations in the design, trying to eke out as much as we can, getting ever closer to the creek bank to make sure that we have good sight lines coming out on either side of the creek, and trying to manage the cut fill so that we're trying to minimize the grades as you go into that, just to make it as safe as we possibly can.
And then you're going to eventually, you're looking at reworking that part of Cary Parkway to make it better.
We think that's what it will take to make it better. And there's no time frame or funding for that right now. Sure.
My birthday is November 1st.
Come on out.
So I had a question regarding the cemetery.
Oh, sure. I thought you were going to talk about the bike and wine. That's really close. You should come for your birthday.
What was the discussion about? Why?
So the question is about the Greenway, the Higgins Greenway that's proposed to go through the Hillcrest Cemetery. And there was a lot of concern from citizens about a greenway going through a cemetery. We had lots of public meetings and lots of discussion with individual property owners. We talked about the history, in fact, that there's a long history of cemetery serving almost, as public park space, and that there are ways to address that, both of those uses so that they can coexist. And so originally we were proposing to use an existing road that goes through the cemetery, but ultimately we have come up with a design that will kind of skirt around the southern edge of the cemetery. And then I think you could see in the photo that there's like a railing that's proposed and plantings to kind of give more of a separation fill. And then I think we'll have like a kind of a gateway at either end of the cemetery, just to, again, reinforce that you're entering a different space, and maybe some signage there as well. Yeah. Any questions? Yeah.
Hi, this is Jennifer.
You mentioned at one point when you were talking about placemaking efforts on the Greenway, a crosswalk project that would also have kind of a wayfinding component. Just hoping you could share a little bit more about specifically that crosswalk project.
Sure. So Black Creek and White Oak Creek Greenways are Cary's primary greenway route. They cross Cary from east to west all the way across town. You've got Umstead on one end and the American Tobacco Trail on the other end. And so it's also part of the East Coast Greenway route and our primary corridor. We have some roadway crossings along that greenway, and there's one in particular, I don't know if anybody's familiar with Cary, but it's along Maynard Road, and I think it's Dogwood Forest Place. But you come up to the intersection, and if you're not familiar with that Greenway or Cary, we have signage because the Greenway crosses diagonally and continues on the other corner. And there's signage there, but that sign is the last thing you're going to notice if you're coming up on a bike to that intersection, because it's so busy. It's like 4-lane median divided, and then there's an apartment on one side and retail on the other, so it's pretty busy. And so one of the things that we want to do is to create a crosswalk, essentially, that kind of stands out. So it's very clear where you go. And one of my coworkers is like, people may wonder, what's that random blue crosswalk? But that's kind of what we hope will happen because it's wayfinding for people who are on the trail, but it's also placemaking an identity for this main corridor. But if any of you have worked with DOT on crosswalks, it's not an easy task. And so what we are doing is we have, our standard would be a high-vis crosswalk, with the white ladder bars. We simply tried to put a blue color behind that, the thermoplastic, and stamping. And then we have the white bands on the outside that will actually be the crosswalk. And so far, initial indications from DOT were positive, and then they came back. We love the idea, but basically obliterated our design. And so I think we are getting closer in that there's a certain shade of blue they didn't like because it was too close to ADA, but we're now, instead of a Duke blue, we're going with the Carolina blue, and see how that works. So, yeah, sure. Else.
Okay, my question more general to do with Mike Durham. I know that Chapel Hill is taking its discussions around potentially taking over ownership of Franklin Street, and Raleigh has done something similar on Hillsborough Street. I'm curious if the other municipalities represented here today are doing that when they're running into barriers that feel like they can't overcome with that CDOT. So yeah, that's my question, is whether
So the question was regarding taking over space or sharing space in the municipalities and using it for other purposes than just vehicular traffic. So anyone?
sorry, that's not
Okay, I'm trying to listen and sum it up too. Do you want to?
It's actually whether municipalities are taking over maintenance and ownership.
Maintenance and ownership.
The entire right of way.
Of entire right-of-way. I've got Bergen from Town of Chapel Hill, and I believe Brian from Durham.
Yeah, it sounds like you know about Chapel Hill, but for those who don't, we are considering taking over maintenance of Franklin Street just on the portion downtown from DOT, so from Raleigh Street to Merritt Mill, which would encompass the core of our downtown commercial area. We haven't experienced challenges with DOT. I mean, Chuck Edwards likes to joke, he puts on his used car salesman jacket and he's happy to give it to us. One of the main things that I think is a holdup for us is the stormwater, like the below the ground infrastructure is, in our staff's opinion, very, very, very much in need of a total overhaul, which would be close, maybe $2.5 million. So if we were to take over the road, that would be then our responsibility. I think it kind of is anyway, since DOT has, I'm not bad-mouthing DOT, this is all out in the open when we talk with them, just hasn't done any of those upgrades in a very long time. So it might be the town's responsibility anyway if we want anything to be done, but that's, the price tag on that is really our holdup now. We actually brought this to council on Wednesday night, and we're directed to come up with a work plan of what, how to get to what we want to see on Franklin Street, like big public engagement over the next, I don't really have a timeline for that, and then make the decision. Because if what we end up wanting on Franklin doesn't necessarily require taking it over, then obviously we're not going to. So that's kind of where we are with that.
For Durham, we have a lot of discussions with DOT that end with John Sandor saying, well, why don't you just take over the road? And we usually get a hard no from our public works director due to the long-term maintenance cost of a lot of these roads. But back in 2019, when we were completing the Move Durham project, we knew there were a lot of these improvements that might require us to do that. And at that time, Ellen Beckman was in charge of that plan. And I asked her, what are the top 5 roads that you would take over in Durham if you could? And then we asked Public Works to come up with a cost estimate for those. And then COVID happened. And I never heard back from Clint Blackburn about that. But we should definitely revisit that. But the top roads that we picked were the Loop, obviously, and then our 2 one-ways, Duke and Gregson, and then Roxborough, Mangum. So if we were to ever take over one of the roads, it would probably be one of those. And that's a topic that we revisit every now and then with Public Works, knowing that there's just some roads that we will never see eye to eye with DOT on unless they have a come to Jesus moment in the next few years. And we might need to pony up and just go ahead and take control of those roads, given how important they are and how they really need to serve all modes. And because we have plans in place to do that, but we would really just need ownership of the roads to do what we want as the city.
Thank you. Great question. That's the point of today, is to get that out there. I saw a couple of hands raised. I saw you first. Yes, you, yellow shirt.
So I'm Scott Carter, a resident of Durham, and I'm the Durham Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Commission. Thanks to all the presenters here today. I'm not used to seeing these kind of things, but I noticed that all the success factors were like miles paid, dollars spent, project completed, and so on and so on. The whole point, in my view, is how many trips are taken and how bike lanes, how the bike lanes are being used in the greenway. Is anybody doing anything about measuring, average daily trips or any of that stuff to sort of see where to spend money and, are these things being successful and are we doing enough encouragement and, those kinds of things. It just seems like all focus is in one area, but if you think about the big picture, I would think that we would need to include that part of it.
Okay, so the question was about measurements and statistics, usage and average daily trips versus miles paved. And I don't know if anybody wants to address that. I see.
Ask a complimentary question. Maybe Morrisville could address this for us.
Morrisville?
Since they're installing counters.
Excellent.
And the related question maybe are they those counters to address usage attached to the CDOT's term?
Yeah, so the counters that we do have are on Greenway trails, so it may be less tied to informing maybe directly with NCDOT roads, but it can help us too if we need to, whether it's connections or maybe there's crossings on NCDOT roads, or maybe there are bike lanes that need to be on those roads to help create those connections. So the counters are new this year. I think we'll be learning a little bit about the data that comes out of it, how best we want to use it, but definitely I think data is an important tool to be able to help make those decisions. I will say the other thing that the town is exploring is kind of a pilot of a smart corridor in which we have a variety of different technology that could help not just with like vehicular traffic trips, but is there a way to in some way count pedestrians or bicyclists with this different type of technology to inform some of that usage and help make decisions as well. And that's something that's kind of being worked on. It has not been piloted yet, but is in the works, and ways that we're sort of thinking about that to inform some of our decisions.
If I could jump in real quick. Paul Black with Go Triangle, you're like, why is he up here talking about bikes? In past lives, I did other things, as Fontaine mentioned. I used to be the bike ped program manager for City of Raleigh. As part of that, I've been involved with the MPO Association even prior to that, working with the state on getting a statewide count program. And I know that there are a number of the municipalities that have the eco counters that are scattered around. Some are on street, some are off street, but there's not that many of them. I think the key to getting a long-term piece on the bike counts is to use those permanent counter locations to create factors the same way that we have on the traffic modeling side, so that if we take a 24-hour count or a 1-week count, that we can then say, we took this count in summer, so we know there's a seasonal conversion factor when we annualize the data. We can look at things like weather that go into that. Then you use data from third-party things like Strava or Blue Toad or some other third-party vendor that's out there gathering the data, and you can get conversion factors. And the state actually did this in Charlotte. We have a conversion factor for our state based on Strava data to say that for every trip that shows up on Strava, there's actually 7.63 trips in an urban location that pass over the counter that we had to correlate the data. So there are some ways to do that, but again, they're going to be third-party, they're going to be interpolated, and we're going to have to come up with ways to make sure that the math behind the modeling we do for that is solid.
Hey, Josh Mayo with Town Chapel Hill, and maybe to address some additional sources of data as well that folks may have access to. The MPO's congestion management plan, at least for the Durham, Chapel Hill, Carborough MPO, does have pedestrian and bicycle counts. So we know at consistent intersections every 2 years, here's how many they counted when they were out there. Another source that we've been looking at is our traffic impact analyses. When new developments come in, they need to count the traffic at intersections, but generally, at least in Chapel Hill, they'll also count the number of pedestrians that come through and the number of bicycles that come through. So we are looking at all our new developments and trying to pull the data from those to get a historical trend. We do have some eco counters on our greenways and on some bike lanes. I'll be honest, they have fallen into disrepair, and it's been a cost that we have not been able to pay yet to repair them. So we do have that initiative in place to measure at some key ones. And we do want to measure usage because that is, ultimately the end goal we're trying to get to. But there are some different data sources to get there for communities of different sizes as well.
I'm with ITRI at NC State, where we run the non-motorized vehicle data program and collect the data from eco counters. One of the things we're trying across the state, we're hoping to also get that data from other counters and temporary counters, and as towns are putting in things that we can get more of that data. Again, one of the issues for the specific question is those aren't always necessarily at those spots where you're maybe putting a new program or trying to see, but we are trying to collect a lot of data and also work with Campo and other places on improving those eco counters and as we update to 5G.
You might be able to answer this one.
Yeah.
So in addition to the eco counters, do you ever use the clear cameras to do counts, which would be able to be used in a lot more places?
Which there's certainly a large process of calibrating those, making sure those are accurate to our systems. We certainly want to expand what we do for the data. At this point, for the specific NMVDP program, we are not doing that on an ongoing basis. We've had projects where we do different types of counters on a short-term basis, project by project for that.
All right, in terms of promotion and encouragement, I know there are a lot of advocacy groups in the room today. If you're with one of them, would you raise your hand as well? There you go. So in terms of encouragement, please connect with those individuals that raise their hands. Additionally, the Transportation Demand Management Program of the region focuses on coordinating with various partners throughout the community and DOT and the municipalities here. Many of them support transportation demand management funding, and you can go to gotriangle.org/getting-around, and that will take you to more of the bike ped resources. Additionally, Safe Routes to School has a table outside of the door, as does Go Triangle, and you can find more information there. We are running a little behind schedule. I do not want to overlook the work of the other municipalities that presented today, though. So are there questions directed towards any of those municipalities and the projects that they have?
A question for Apex?
Apex, Jenna. If you say it, I'll go ahead and repeat it.
So I wanted to know about what she most commonly heard from the principals in the interviews about the Safe Routes to School projects, and what other forms of data collection inform those projects, or if you had projects in mind and kind of, check those against what the principal said was going on at the schools.
Sure, yeah.
Thanks, Jenna.
Yeah, let me go back to, so a lot of what I heard during those interviews, nope, I went too far, no. Oh, sure. So, and I'll make sure there are a lot of animations. Okay. So I think the question was, what did I hear from the principals, and then what other information was used to inform identifying priority projects? Is that right? Okay. Oh, toward me? That'd be better. Okay. So there's a lot of what I heard from the principals. So I used to have a summary slide. A lot of the principals reinforced what I heard in the previous meetings, saying the existing gaps are still there, students are still walking there, and then there were new gaps that were identified, and those were mostly where new developments had come in, and so students were within that school assignment zone and wanted to walk to school, but there was a gap, so there were some new projects that were added to the initial Safe Routes list. And I'm trying to think of big takeaways. Most schools, there were walkers, definitely not nearly as many students cycling to school as walking. And then I went back and wanted to confirm the projects that had previously been their top priority were still, and for most of them that was the case, because those are the projects that are mostly in the CIP. So that's one piece. There are a lot of other things that went into identifying the priority projects. So if there had been a bicycle or pedestrian crash, you get more points for that project. If it's along a thoroughfare or a collector street, it's a higher priority than a residential street. If a resident requests the project, and then if there's an alternative route available, then that kind of bumps it down a little bit. And now we have, if there's a bus stop within a quarter mile of the school, it has a higher priority. Trying to think of all the columns in my spreadsheet. Those are the main factors that go into determining the level of priority. Did that?
Jenny, you mentioned you have Safe Routes to School.
Yes.
You have Safe Routes to Transit.
Yes.
Is there also a Safe Routes to Parks as part of your?
So we're adding that. We look, that quarter mile analysis that I mentioned for transit, that also includes parks. So a project will get more points, kind of go up on the list if there are parks within a quarter mile. But I'd say the schools right now has a little bit more of an emphasis, but parks are definitely a consideration. And parks oftentimes are greenway connections. We try to connect parks with greenways.
Questions for Raleigh, Morrisville, or Carborough? All right. Sorry, Amanda.
Yeah, I guess my question's for City of Raleigh, although it might find apply to anyone. I was curious about the vehicles that are parked in the bike lanes. It sounds like some effort was being developed towards how to find solutions to resolve that, or I was kind of curious, is that more geared towards signage? Is it geared towards fines or punishments? What kind of
enforcement is going to be in the foreseeable future?
Yeah, that's a great question. And for those viewing, the question is about people parking in the bike lanes and kind of what the issues are that we're seeing. We're seeing several, one being in our downtown area where we have some flex posts protected, an issue with delivery drivers driving over the flex posts and just parking in the bike lane, and the flex post being not enough. So one question we've been working with our city attorney's office on is whether the city has the ability to take it after the fact. We don't have enough enforcement officers to run out when we get a report and, catch the people parking and put a ticket on their windshield. Usually the driver has left by the time our enforcement officers get to the location. So a question of, can we retroactively ticket and issue a citation when they are blocking the bike lane or driving over our flex posts, and then increasing the fine for doing so. Right now it's a $35 fine. That's not much of a discouragement for a lot of these companies. So we're really separate, and we also have issues with landscapers parking in the bike lane, with personal vehicles, but we've kind of started to separate them out and focus on commercial first, and then looking at individual drivers.
That's great. Yeah, I know like West Street has a dumpster that sometimes works its way into the bike lane. So
Yeah, and that was a really interesting one to work through. We have made some improvements with that after working with, it was at a specific location on our downtown north-south connector, and we were having an issue with, it's next to a big multi-use development, and the dumpsters were always being left in the bike lane and obstructing the bike lane. After working with the company that were emptying the dumpsters in the development, what we found was the dumpsters are green, and the folks out in the street every day were looking at the green dumpsters and the green paint and saying, oh, green dumpsters go in the green paint. They match in color, so this makes sense. This is where we're supposed to be putting them. So they actually thought they were doing everything correctly. So we have worked to paint on the sidewalk a designated space for where the dumpsters go. It hasn't been the perfect solution, but it's definitely decreased the amount of times we find the dumpsters in the bike lane. So it is no longer a daily occurrence, which is what was happening before.
Thank you, Fontaine. Always interesting to learn what we can. I do have to wrap it up in order for us to stay on schedule. Guys, I would like to show appreciation for all of the speakers that joined us today. Thank you for all of the great questions. We have more coming up. It is 10:05, so if we could reconvene in maybe 7-8 minutes. I know it's an odd time, but we do have some of our speakers who do have to get back to their office today. So thank you again. Oh, that's not our only speaker who has to get back to the office. Yes, thank you, Iona. We do want to see you too. Yes. So let's say 10:13. Restrooms are across the way. There's still food and beverages in the back, and tables with free bike lights and other safeties in the lobby.
Yours is further down, so you're closer to the end. You're about at 240, something like that. Okay, let's see what I can do. Okay. Break. Bike walk after some. Yes, sir.
Am I next or is Iona going next?
We better get going. We're
Yeah.
going to be here till 1 o'clock.
All right, guys. I'm going to start regardless of whether or not you sit down. So for the purpose of the speaker, I hope that you will take your seats and wrap up your conversations. Maybe stick around for lunch and continue the networking then. And with that, I will begin the introduction of our next speaker. You may be familiar with the fact that this is the year of the trail. I believe maybe you have a wonderful sticker in your seat to help promote that. And to speak with us about that today, I'd like to bring up Iona Thomas with McAdams. She's on the board of the East Coast Greenway Alliance. She is working with her team to lead the Triangle Bikeway design as well as Durham Rails to Trails. So, Iona?
There's so much great energy in this room and literally preaching to the choir. So I'm very excited to be here. I do feel like we got to comment on what happened in Raleigh yesterday. Not that there is anything to say, but just what a crazy world. So anyway, I know that's on everybody's mind. So Year of the Trail and Great Trail State Coalition. The Great Trail State Coalition is a broad, diverse coalition that is committed to bringing the benefits of trails to all of North Carolina. The idea here is that if you live in North Carolina or you're a visitor to North Carolina, you are never very far from a great trail experience. The outreach is to all 100 counties and including state partners and all modes of trails. So natural surface trails, paved greenways, shared use paths, paddle trails, equestrian trails, any kind of trail here in North Carolina that is muscle powered is in this family of the Great Trail State Coalition. The Great Trail State Coalition grew out of the Good Road State model. So the Good Road State model was a bottom-up movement in North Carolina to connect farm to market roads and make life for all North Carolinians better by investing in transportation infrastructure. It started with a vision that community demand was articulated. That led to state leadership getting on board, and then a commitment, and then funding. So where we are in the process is we have the vision, we have the community demand. Every single Parks and Rec survey that is done anywhere in the United States, trails are the #1 thing that people want in their community. You know that people want trails because developers are paying to build trails now instead of tennis courts and swimming pools. So the work that we have to do is around state leadership to get that commitment and to get sustained funding. This is the preaching to the choir part. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but trails are an incredibly impactful way to invest in community where you get outcomes across our environment, our health, our quality of life, our ability to attract businesses, our transportation systems. It is one of the few places where you can invest $1 and impact that array of outcomes for your communities. So we do have a big, bold vision, which is to secure sustained state funding for trails and brand North Carolina as the great trail state. And the real impetus here is that the state, particularly since STI has come on board, does not invest in trails in a significant way. This is a very broad coalition where we have industry, nonprofits, and municipalities banded together in this coalition to move this forward. This is actually an older slide. We actually have a partners part in this because NCDOT is a strong partner, State Parks is a strong partner, Commerce is a strong partner. So this is a little bit of an old slide. These are some of our nonprofit partners, some of whom are in this room, and these partners have actually grown, so it's very hard to keep this slide updated. If you are a nonprofit or advocacy group, I would urge you to reach out to us and join the movement. These are our industry partners, so the other leg of that stool. These folks came together last year to raise $30,000 to engage a professional lobbyist here in North Carolina that made a tremendous impact on what we were able to do in both the long and the short session over the past 2 years. This is a pretty slim slide, right, in terms of our local government partners. This is about to change, and I'm going to talk about this more, but this is about to change, so don't worry. Our long session victories, we were able to get 2023 designated as Year of the Trail, and that's what I'm up here to talk about, so I'm going to dig into that more. But we were also able to get almost $30 million funded in the Complete the Trails Fund. This is only for natural surface trails, and it is only for state designated trails. So these are our state designated trails, and while these are great trails, these are all natural surface trails. They're really important, but as you can see from this map, if we get all this done, it still does not make the great trail state. And what we're going for is to get money into all of these projects that are investment ready. So projects that are ready for construction or ready for design all across the state. And we have a great pipeline. I think Ryan's going to talk more about feasibility studies that are going to improve that pipeline. But North Carolina is ready to make a big move in advancing towards this vision of the Great Trail State. In our 2023 long session that is coming up, in the last short session, we got very close to success on a Great Trails State Fund. We will be going for that again, which will be a $50 million grant program that any trail of the types that I mentioned will be eligible to apply for. We are trying to get a Trails Caucus in our legislature formed, and then we will be trying to get as many legislators involved and out on Year of the Trail events as possible. So let's talk about Year of the Trail. So I'm going to try to show you guys a quick video here, see if this works. I'm going to skip verification. This is one of our social media videos. Can you hear it?
2023 is Year of the Trail in North Carolina. It sounds like a neat slogan, but why is it Year of the Trail? Says who? Well,
the speaker.
Says the law. See, it says it right here in NC House Bill 554. 2023 is designated as Year of the Trail.
Bruce, should I pause it?
This seems unusual.
I'm going to pause it. This is Bruce, and he has made all of our tech work today, so yay.
Was it in the slide or was it this one here? To say the least.
Also, I'll get working on that. If you are looking for AICP credits, the sign-up sheet is just outside the door, and you'll need to write your name and very clearly write your email address.
If you just want to talk about something for once, we're going to get the other guy.
Okay. Is there a speaker on this that I can put this in?
It's probably on the back of it, like one black.
I can't figure out what it is.
This might be back here. There.
Okay.
Yeah, but let me see. He might be able to fix it.
Okay, we'll circle back to the video. Hopefully we'll get to watch it. I don't know if you guys are cycling fans, but we got Seth Alvo from western part of the state, Seth's Bike Hacks. He and his team are doing all of our social media. All right. See, I tried to get fancy on you guys. All right, so Year of the Trail, Our goal here is to host events in all 100 counties. That's one of the metrics that we're working towards. We also want to inspire people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds to try trails. We are particularly wanting to welcome people who have not traditionally been invited and welcomed onto our trails, Black and brown people, and understand what barriers they may have in feeling welcome on our trails, and really have a conversation about that and see where we need to go to meet and make a change there. And that's a very high priority for us. We want to create new trail users. So we've got a lot of people who love trails, but we also want people to discover trails and discover different types of trails. And then we want to boost our outdoor recreation tourism across the state, and then promote the safe and responsible use of trails. So there are trails that are not getting enough use and trails that are getting too much use. And so we want to address some of those issues. The campaign, I've covered kind of this, but I wanted to talk a little bit about our toolkits. We will have an online toolkit available as of November 1st. That toolkit will enable any advocacy group, nonprofit, local municipality to have everything they need to incorporate Year of the Trail into one of their existing events or create their own Year of the Trail event. So that will be live on November 1st. Very exciting. That will have logos, information about how to design and launch an event, lots of resources there. We do have outdoor advertising that's going to happen, advertising that's going to be radio, print, social media, so hopefully you'll be seeing a lot of 2023. We're partnering with NCDOT, Commerce, to tap into some of their resources. We have a Call for Artists program, so we will have some beautiful art worked into Year of the Trail. We're going to have some great swag, t-shirts and hats and things for you to commemorate and hopefully be one of your favorite t-shirts going into the future. And then lots of partnerships. We're looking, PBS&C is making trail videos for us. We'll be speaking at conferences. And then we also, because we have a lot of planner data geeks, we're going to be working with NC State to collect metrics on the program so that we can go back to the legislature and tell people how many people we reached, how many people participated. So on October 20th and 25th, we'll be having a virtual session for Year of the Trail for our cities, towns, and counties working group. This is the same content offered at 2 different times at lunch. And if it's okay with Kenneth, I'm going to send out to the everybody who signed up the link for this so that you can register for these virtual events. We'll probably record whichever one is the best one and send that out as a recording if you're not able to make it. But that will walk you through more of this information in detail and give you a little glimpse of the toolkit. The toolkits, as I mentioned, will have a lot of different information ranging from trail user guides. So we're talking about bringing new users in, so people need to know how to set themselves up to have a great trail experience, how to host a Year of the Trail event, how to get involved in the Great Trail State Coalition and beyond. So lots of content here. We do have a fundraising gap. We have a little over $1 million budget to achieve everything that we're trying to achieve. So we're still out there. We've got a little over $300,000 to be able to deliver the program that is what we think it's going to take to make Year of the Trail as impactful as possible. So we're working hard to close that gap. These are our sponsors of Year of the Trail to date. We've got some fairly large organizations and state agencies. We also have partnership programs with NCDOT. So there's in-kind opportunity to support Year of the Trail. So if you're interested in becoming a sponsor, please reach out to me or to Palmer McIntyre. We have some rack cards that are on the table out here that have contact information, so feel free to pick those up. And if you want to get involved, become a member of the Great Trail State Coalition. That's not a one-time thing. That's a commitment for a very, very long play here, so that we are getting sustainable funding, great policies, and big change around trails here in North Carolina. Hold a Year of the Trail event and become a sponsor of Year of the Trail. So if we can get the video going. The video says all that and is way cooler than the way I just did it. Probably open in that. There we go.
2023 is the Year of the Trail in North Carolina. It sounds like a neat slogan, but why is it Year of the Trail? Says who? Well, says the law. See, it says it right here in NC House Bill 554. 2023 is designated as Year of the Trail. On the surface, this seems unusual to say the least, but actually, this is long overdue. Outdoor recreation has an economic impact of over $28 billion in North Carolina, and it provides over 260,000 jobs. Yet the trail networks that make this all possible are rarely a part of mainstream public discussion. North Carolinians and visitors alike use and explore these thousands of awesome trails for recreation and transportation, but very few stop to ask themselves, where do trails come from? Who pays for trails? What is trail maintenance anyway? And perhaps most importantly, how can we get more trails? Just like you may cut the grass in your yard, the trails themselves need to be cleared of encroaching vegetation. And those big rocks on the trail that look like they were placed there, they were, and it's a ton of work. We get out of our trails what we put into them. And in 2023, we're shining a spotlight on the communities and individuals who make North Carolina the Great Trail State. Right here on our social channels and website, you'll be the first to know about local Year of the Trail events, from the mountains to the Piedmont to the beach, along with the rivers and streams in between. Stay tuned for content about finding trails, having a good experience on them, how they're built, and how trails provide equal access to places and resources. We'll also explain how trails are paid for and how they pay us back. We'll feature individual North Carolinians, communities, and trail centers in every corner of the state. We'll do our very best to make it informative and, of course, entertaining. Trails make us healthier, they create memories, they connect us, and let's not forget, they're fun. And if fun and health aren't important to you, just remember that $28 billion and 260,000 jobs that these resources help bring to the Great Trail State. Tag us in your next adventure out on the trail. Be part of the conversation. In 2023, we need your help in making trails a central part of our public discussions. It's healthy, it's fun, and most importantly, it's the law.
Thank you, Iona. We appreciate you sharing that and look forward to supporting it. Speaking of it's the law, we'll bring up NCDOT next. We have Ryan Brumfield joining us. He's the director of North Carolina's DOT Integrative Mobility Division, and he started there in April of 2020, previously the senior transportation advisor for the Appalachian Regional Commission. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. Let's see. there we go. And actually, Joe Furstenberg was planning to be here this morning. He had a family emergency, so I'm filling in for him. So, but great to be with you all this morning. Thanks for the opportunity to share updates from NCDOT and the Integrated Mobility Division. For those of you that don't know, we previously were two separate divisions, the Bike and Ped Division and Public Transit. We merged a couple of years ago. Part of that is thinking about sort of the holistic trip from door to door and all the emerging modes and new technology, how we plan for our disadvantaged transportation users and think about how they can get to places equally and equitably. So here are our three core goals: increase access, again, making sure that we have equitable access for everyone across the state, eliminating transportation barriers, enhancing quality of life by offering convenient network of choices to enhance quality of life for North Carolinians, and then regardless of the mode that we use, making sure we can get there safely. So this is a short list of several key initiatives we've been working on. I'm going to cover a few of these in more detail in the slides. But part of what I want to hit on today is something that Iona mentioned in this idea of creating a pipeline of multimodal projects. We've recently completed our visioning workshops with transit agencies. So what we're thinking about is how we create and establish a vision across the state for multimodal transportation, how we establish planning grants that are inclusive of all modes to plan that vision in more detail. Then we have a feasibility studies program that takes some of the planning and puts it into feasibility studies and the first steps of design. And then we have other programs that we're working with other units in NCDOT to implement the feasibility studies to get to design and hopefully in the future, bicycle and pedestrian projects fare better in prioritization and getting more funding so that we can implement those feasibility studies and plans and visions. So I'll go through a few of these right now. But first, before I go through some of those initiatives, I want to give an update on Complete Streets. As you all know, Complete Streets is really central to how we achieve a lot of our goals. Complete Streets, we often view as how we, a technical issue on how we design roads to be inclusive, but really it's a philosophy and a paradigm. If we have a Complete Streets paradigm across our planning and everything that we do, then really we're being inclusive in how we envision our system working for everyone. So we actually have a policy in North Carolina since 2009 to review every project for bicycle and pedestrian needs. That was updated in 2019 to be sort of more firm with that requirement that every project in NCDOT is required to be evaluated for bicycle and pedestrian needs. If those needs are identified, then there's an expectation that we as a department build the facility to address those needs. We have had many challenges implementing that policy, and even with the most recent updates in 2019, we've had some challenges: inconsistent implementation across the state, lack of standards and a need to streamline those standards across the state, policy gaps in key areas where there's some recurring issues that continue to arise, limited metrics, data, and tracking. So we historically have not had good metrics on how many projects are actually being evaluated per the policy, how many are not, data on when they're implemented, what the impacts and benefits are. So all of those have been gaps with implementing this policy. And then just a broad need for enhanced training, particularly internally within NCDOT. I think I noticed a theme, obviously, with the presentations. A lot of the work that you all are doing, our department is central to helping you achieve those goals. That's because we own most of the roads across the state. So when we're designing our projects, it's NCDOT staff and project managers that are in control of how that design unfolds. So when we have these new standards for Complete Streets, we need to have robust training internally for NCDOT staff so they know how to implement the policy. So we recognize those issues, and then over the last year or so, we've been working to implement new guidance to address those issues. Goals of the new implementation guidance is to standardize and streamline the process for identifying transportation needs, selecting the appropriate facility type to address those needs, and then estimating the impacts to the project, both in additional cost and also in benefits of adding those facilities on a project. Better integrating Complete Streets, again, understanding that NCDOT is a large bureaucracy with many steps in how we design projects. If you've ever seen our project delivery network, the PDN, and you've seen the flow chart, there's however many, 50, 60, 70 steps to get to the end product. So really, the way you make this work is it has to be integrated and institutionalized in that flow chart, in that process. So that's what we're working to do, is better integrate it into existing processes. Providing flexibility and support for our staff to have those conversations with locals on what the need is, determining the need, and then choosing, again, the appropriate facility type to address the need. Creating mechanisms to track projects. Again, we often have talked in the past what percent cost are we adding to the project by adding a sidewalk? While that's relevant, we also need to be tracking what benefits are we adding to the project by adding those facilities. So we're working towards developing those methodologies where we recognize the cost, but we also recognize the benefits that we're receiving from adding those components. And then again, just clarity is very important in this process to make sure it's clear to internal, external partners on how we implement the policy. So again, I didn't realize there were all these animations either, but we recognized last year all of the implementation challenges with the policy, and we initiated a process to improve the guidance. It started summer of last year. We, in the fall of last year, unveiled our draft methodology changes, and we received public feedback and feedback internally from NCDOT. Part of what made this update process successful was we had buy-in and partnership internally from the ones that will be implementing the policy at NCDOT. It's tough to develop the policy in a vacuum and then just tell them this is what you have to implement. But what we've been trying to do is bring them along as equal implementers with the Integrated Mobility Division. So that has been more successful than I think historically how this policy has worked. So we incorporated revisions based on the feedback we received, and in February we released a new guidance. We had training, we provide training and guidance to over 500 individuals, and we have those recordings of those trainings online. There's a lot of content and materials on our website if you want to find out more. Then we wanted to get across the finish line with updated guidance, but we recognized there were some unaddressed challenges. I'll go through a couple of those. So we've formed work groups that have been meeting over the last few months to address those unique challenges. And our expectation is that those work groups will lead to some new recommendations and changes to the guidance, and we'll release new guidance, updated guidance again this winter. We hope that it's an iterative process where we're continuing to improve the guidance as we get feedback. This is a brief snapshot of our new methodology. I don't want to go through in detail, but basically the theme here is that we want to screen all the data based on network connectivity and existing plans to understand what the issues and constraints are of the facility. Identify the transportation need. We have a demand need tool that we developed that's based on population density, employment density, and zero vehicle household density. Those three in combination give us a back of the envelope idea, I think, of what demand is, but it's also has to be partnered with local observations and conversations. So in step 2, you're identifying the needs, understanding the needs, selecting the appropriate facility type to address the needs, and then assessing the impacts of adding those facilities on the project, getting hopefully to a final decision where we're adding facilities that address the need on the project. These are the 4 kind of key issues that still remain that we're working through. Again, that project delivery network integration with NCDOT's processes. As you might expect, part of the issue here is complete streets policy is sort of an 11th hour type stopgap. It's after the project has been programmed in the STIP. These are highway projects that have been put in the STIP, and we're saying at the last minute, well, we need to stop and look to see if there's a bike and ped need. Really, this should work where we are thinking of that when we're envisioning the purpose of the facility and submitting the projects for prioritization prior to programming it. So that's where the long-range planning, the CTPs, the MTPs, all that comes into play here, that we should be having that vision and putting the right facilities with the right components in those long-range plans so that they're programmed with the costs included and we're not running into issues after the fact trying to squeeze them in at the last minute, basically. So we're working on that. Maintenance is also a huge issue. As we add sidewalks, for example, in unincorporated areas of the state, there's challenges on who is responsible to maintain it. In municipalities maintain it. Outside of municipalities, it's not as clear. So this is an issue that we're working on resolving and creating standards for. And then cost, better understanding how we estimate costs and how we use that information to make decisions on each project. Costs of adding the multimodal facilities. So I'm happy to take questions on complete streets at the end as well. Briefly on the feasibility studies grant program, Iona mentioned this. We received $2 million in last year's budget for paved trails feasibility studies, and we also received $500,000 through federal highways funding for sidewalk and side path feasibility studies. We've done 2 sort of pilot projects in the city of Marion and Middle Fort Greenway, and those will inform the template we use for the feasibility studies. We expect to release a call for applications next month for that $2.5 million for feasibility studies. Again, the idea here is that we're working to create a pipeline of projects with feasibility studies and hopefully down the road more funding for final design and implementation. We also have a what was previously called Tactical Urbanism Project through Federal Highways STIC grant, and this includes doing some pilots in a few locations around the state of low-cost temporary treatments. You can see 3 examples here: curb extensions, median refuge islands, and protected intersections. In this case would be channelization for turns, essentially to help protect pedestrians. So we're coordinating with highway divisions, municipalities to install these low-cost temporary treatments, and then we'll be collecting data and analyzing them. This project will also result in some toolkits and guidance for municipalities who can plug in sort of specific scenarios, and the tool will help you determine if some of these low-cost treatments may make sense for your situation. One big focus of ours, as I mentioned at the beginning, is equity and making sure that we are thinking about, again, a vision here of our transportation system accommodating everyone equally, that everyone has the same access to opportunities in our transportation system. I think one of the first steps to do that is understanding where disadvantaged populations exist and make sure we have full awareness of that when we're planning and implementing projects. So last month, or in August, we implemented, or we released a new Equity and Transportation Disadvantage Index mapping tool. This has a few components. We map environmental justice and transportation disadvantage in 2 separate maps, and it also includes interactive components. And what makes our tool different from some of the national ones you've seen is that you can you can analyze your MPO boundary, you can analyze a county, you can analyze a division office for NCDOT. So it's sort of customized for analysis for North Carolina geographies. But you can see here, for example, the transportation disadvantage piece. It includes 6 different factors that are rated on a 1 to 3 scale, each census block group in comparison to the average for the geography of analysis. And that results in a score from 6 to 18, and we've mapped the entire state. So again, it allows for awareness and analysis of where those population groups exist to inform our planning and how we're developing projects across the state. Iona mentioned the Year of the Trail, Great Trail State Plan. We finally released the plan in August. I see Catherine here, and she was a big part of developing the plan, and we worked, it took longer than expected just because of internal processes to approve the plan, but we finally got it out, and this includes maps for each of our NCDOT divisions and statewide maps that show our recommendations for trails that link all 100 counties across the state. We're also updating our state bike routes. As you can see here is a graphic of the current bike routes. We have open public comment period and expect to make recommendations to add additional routes by early next year, working with our division offices to identify what those routes should be. Briefly want to touch on a couple of transit initiatives. Part of thinking about this inclusive network door-to-door is making sure we're thinking about how transit fits in with bicycle and pedestrian initiatives as well. Microtransit is an area that we're focusing on. We have a lot of attention in this space. You probably are familiar with the Wilson microtransit deployment called RIDE. Highly successful, has received a lot of national attention. Previously, they had about 1,400 rides per week on their fixed route bus system. Now they have about 4,500 trips per week on their microtransit service, and they've been able to maintain 15 to 20-minute wait times across the city. And the average cost per trip is about $10 to Wilson, which is much less than $22 per trip for demand response across the state. So it's been highly successful in Wilson. I would say they're unique in that they are, for a rural community, fairly dense, and they also have a very high percentage of their population is in zero-car households. So it makes a lot of sense for Wilson. It may not make sense or be as effective in other communities, but we have seen, as you can see on the map, interest across the state and other communities implementing or exploring microtransit. We're also, you've probably heard of the S-Line Rail Corridor project. We received funding to develop this corridor, to purchase the corridor from CSX, and also recently we received funding to do preliminary engineering for the rail infrastructure on the corridor. We also received a grant from FTA to do transit-oriented development planning at each of the communities along the S-Line. So part of this is preparing for what we hope is rail service in these communities and making sure that we are ready to maximize the benefits of the rail service. Part of the TOD study is making sure we're planning for bicycle and pedestrian connections to the rail service. We also recently received a RAISE grant for mobility hub planning. So we're planning mobility hubs at each of the, what would previously be known as stations. We're calling them mobility hubs. We're incorporating all these multimodal connections, and also you can think of them as potentially central points for community services, civil activities, civil service activities, and entertainment. So we'll be starting planning for the mobility hubs early next year. But again, I think these will end up being pilots and examples that could be used in other parts of the state on how you centralize those services and bring different modes together. Briefly on our autonomous shuttle program, CASI. This has been around for a couple of years, and our partnership previously was with Easy Mile for a low-speed shuttle, as you see here in the photos. Most recent deployment was last year at the Wright Brothers Memorial at Kitty Hawk, a low-speed autonomous shuttle. We're evolving that program now. We've basically ended our partnership with Easy Mile and are moving to partner with Beep, and we're evolving that program to be inclusive of higher speed autonomous vehicles, hopefully with a pilot soon that integrates those with a microtransit service. So you can start to sort of envision how in 10 years from now microtransit or autonomous vehicles may work, and that it's part of a mixed fleet of on-demand or demand response vehicles, and part of the fleet is autonomous and part of the fleet may not be. But we want to pilot that concept and sort of help envision what the future for autonomous vehicles may look like. But we will have the autonomous shuttle at the Transportation Summit in January, if you all are planning to attend that NCDOT Summit. And we're hoping to work in the spring with the deployment with the town of Cary at Bond Park. That was unsuccessful with Easy Mile last year due to some mechanical issues with the vehicle, but we'll be trying again in the spring with Beep. We mentioned the non-motorized volume data program, and just briefly, this will be my last couple slides here, just a reminder about this program. I'm going to find the stats here that Sarah put in the notes for me. We have 48 locations with 71 counting systems. Over 1/3 of them are on shared use paths. Remainder are on sidewalks, bike lanes, or shared lanes. We do have some that all of those were purchased with NCDOT funding at the start of the program in 2013 or in a subsequent phase. We do have some counters that were purchased by municipalities that we're trying to integrate with our data and add to that data. So I think going forward, we're envisioning that we have an inventory and a warehouse sort of all of the continuous physical counters, and hopefully we're combining that with probe data and other crowdsourced data and doing analysis. And someone was mentioning the factors, and using that information with our physical counters to calibrate that information and develop those factors across the state. I think that's what we're working to. Part of that is with our NM Coast project, the non-motorized count assurance tool. This helps us sort of collect the data, analyze the data, monitor it, process it, report it, and then also make sure that it's analyzed in the proper manner. So that's another program that we're working on to make sure the data is accurate. Part of the issue we've experienced recently with the eco counters is the sunset of the 2G, 3G counters, which was somewhat unexpected, and the requirement to go to the 4G upgrades. So we're working with municipalities that are part of the program to develop strategies on how that upgrade will occur and who will fund those. And then we're partnering with Transportation Mobility and Safety for, again, those other integrations that I mentioned with other counters, other data across the state, so we have a more holistic picture for analysis. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions if we have time. Yes. Yeah, thank you.
We're hoping for funding to be released.
Yep. No, I did not mention it. Yeah, so we are meeting internally, actually with leadership in 2 weeks to basically recommend that we continue the program. There's been some challenges, I think, with understanding the status of funding for each of the programs, how much funding has been spent with each of the projects, and I think we have a clear picture and clear data on all of that now. That was part of the concern previously and why it wasn't, why we didn't initiate another round of funding sooner. But now that we have that data, we think we will be in a position to recommend releasing additional funding. Part of the issue too is that Safe Routes to School funding does not have an exemption from the STI law, so the actual Safe Routes to School funding from Safety Lou that we still have left, there's debate internally whether that has to be, we have to select projects through our prioritization process for that. If you remember, the 2019 program for Safe Routes to School was actually TAP funding, not the, and so most likely if we do an additional round of funding, it will be TAP funding. And we're still exploring what we would use the remaining balance of Safe Routes funding from Safety Lou for. Yep.
A lot of discussion in the first two presenters about the year of the trail. Could you just give me the NCDOT definition of trail and also address how any or all of them will be ADA accessible?
Good questions. I'm not sure I have a quick answer for you on the definition. I can give you my personal perspective, but yeah, but I'm not sure we have a definition of trail. I think a lot of conversations we view the trails as being shared use paths that may connect to greenways that are often outside of NCDOT's right of way, but that's not a formal definition. So I can get, yeah. Certainly, if they're connecting to our facilities, then that would be a requirement that we would be part of ensuring ADA accessibility. And so we would be all the recommendations in the Great Trail State Plan, if they're going to be NCDOT funded or on our facilities, we would be ensuring ADA accessibility. Yes. Yeah.
Question about complete streets. In 2009, we saw it as the out of tap opportunity, right? And it comes down, comes out of the pipe, you're trying to manage it there. We saw a change in 2019, kind of get inside the system. We're running into a situation with big streets now shut down for transportation projects. How do we get it further up into the pipeline at the lending of the projects, all the proposals, to have inclusion there? We're seeing a lot of projects being led without consideration, without commentary on these streets. It's really hard to kind of pull it back in after it's already come out of policy and down.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, the question was projects are sometimes coming to letting and actually going to construction without consideration complete streets, and how do we do a better job of catching those before that happens? Some of this is probably timing and the time it takes to implement a new policy. The policy also was clear that if the NEPA document, the environmental process, was complete prior to a certain date, I think it was August 2019, then technically they don't have to comply with the policy on those projects. So we still have some of those projects that are coming through the process that even though, it probably would still be good to do that analysis, they may not in some cases if the environmental process was complete. Others, it could just be, it's just not getting called. The project manager may not fully know that they're supposed to do that analysis, and it's making it through all the steps without someone catching it. So I think as time goes on, again, with the standard in place now that we have and having it integrated in the project delivery network, those exceptions will be much fewer as we go forward, hopefully to a point where we'll never have those exceptions. John?
You mentioned that one of the challenges in complete streets was the training and the inconsistency of application across the state. So many NCDOT engineers are coming through North Carolina State University and their engineering program.
Yep.
Is NCDOT talking with the faculty there about making that part of the application so that students that are coming out in NCDOT have that as part of the way?
We are, yes. Actually, we present to one of the, I think it's the sophomore engineering class. We present last year and this year on all that IMD is doing, but this year we developed a class project for that class around complete streets with examples, including how they would do local coordination, basically walking through the 5-step process. So we've had a receptive audience from NC State staff, and hopefully we can expand that to more classes going forward. But we at least have that standing, I think, going forward, where we're going to have a complete streets project for that sophomore engineering class. And we're also last couple of years presenting to the FEP. I think that's the right acronym. Basically, it's the engineering class for NCDOT staff that are looking to get licensure and expand their knowledge of engineering principles. We're including complete streets in those courses as well. I'm sure we can do more, but we're starting. We have some of that going on right now. So, yes.
$2.5 million feasibility study. Is there a timeline on that?
Yeah, the $2.5 million feasibility study is what's the timeline on that. So we're hoping to release applications next month. Yeah, so look for that, and we'll be sending out our emails to all of our contact lists. And again, that will be inclusive of the $2 million for paved trails and $500,000 for sidewalks and side paths. Yes.
A lot of the projects that end up happening, especially in a city like Durham, happen through resurfacing projects. And currently it's still really up to the municipality to kind of initiate a lot of the design changes in terms of the restriping that happens afterwards. Is there any discussion in these conversations around Complete Street policies that some of that would start to be taken on by NCDOT at the beginning?
Yeah, great question. And the question was essentially for resurfacing projects, how we incorporate complete streets and what NCDOT's role is on that. That's part of the ongoing maintenance work group that we have right now. So we're actually developing separate guidance and standards on how we evaluate resurfacing projects at NCDOT for complete streets integration. It's not fair, I think, to use the same process we're using for larger STIP projects. So just because of the budget constraints that are often at play with the resurfacing projects. So we'll be developing separate standards for those. But hopefully, if it's as simple as a striping change, we will have standards in place for that conversation to occur and analysis to lead to a decision to incorporate it on those projects going forward. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, you mentioned funding. I'm interested in hearing if you're seeing a momentum to shift our funding away from highway expansion and more into the multimodal infrastructure.
The question was, are we seeing momentum to shift more funding away from highway expansion to multimodal? That's a loaded question, I think, but I think I would probably wager a bet that most people in this room, there's momentum here, and it depends on the group you're talking to whether that momentum exists or not. But certainly now is timely for that discussion. We have the 7th round of prioritization is starting now. Will lead to June of 2023, the board will adopt the methodology to prioritize all of our funding for the next step. So the work group for that is meeting now and discussing how we prioritize our funding. That's the biggest impact on that discussion. It is really how we prioritize through our prioritization process, what percentage of funding goes to multimodal, how you compare multimodal versus highway when you're rating them and making decisions. All of that's tied into that process, so it's extremely important. And I can say from participating in the first work group meeting, actually earlier this week, that was a huge topic of discussion with the work group. So I think the momentum is there, but it's very complicated how you implement that within the confines of the STI law as it's written. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ryan. I'm sure Joe is sorry that he missed out, especially answering the questions there. But you can feel free to direct any further questions to Joe, and his contact information is up there online. And then you can find Brian on the NCDOT website as well. So thank you for those updates. Next up, we have the Triangle Trails Initiative. We are swapping up the agenda a little bit for the sake of time. Don't worry, Bike Walk NC is going to come up. They're going to wrap us up at the end. Andrew Meeker is the East Coast Greenway Alliance's first full-time North Carolina staff member, focusing on all aspects of the Greenway development, advocacy, and state committee volunteer engagement. He supports communities along the route in North Carolina, which has been designated an official state trail as they plan, build, and maintain sections of the Greenway. So, Andrew, thank you.
Hi, so my name is Andrew Meeker. As was noted, I'm the North Carolina coordinator for the East Coast Greenway Alliance. The East Coast Greenway Alliance is a nonprofit that plans and advocates for a multi-use, shared use path that extends from the border of Canada in Maine through 15 states and the District of Columbia down to the Florida Keys. So it's about a 3,000 mile long path that's around 35% on trail, and the rest of it is on interim road routing that we will slowly be sort of shifting over to trail as we develop it, working with local municipalities like yourself. And so I focus just on the state of North Carolina. There's actually 2 routes in North Carolina. There's kind of our main spine route that goes through the Triangle, through Fayetteville and down to Wilmington, and there's also a coastal route that kind of follows the intercoastal and goes through many of the cities and municipalities along that. So there's a little less than 800 miles in North Carolina, about 142 of which are on trail, and the Triangle region boasts the I think nearly most continuous section of trail along the entire East Coast in an urban area. So there's about, from North Durham out to here in Clayton, there's about 74 miles with only a couple gaps of road along that route. So it goes on the American Tobacco Trail and the Black Creek and the White Oak and through Umstead and Walnut Creek and a lot of, the Raleigh trails out to the Neuse River Trail. So it really is a great connection of linking those chain of greenways through the Triangle. So I'm here not to talk about the East Coast Greenway specifically, but I had to kind of speak to my main bread and butter, but to speak about the Triangle Trails Initiative, which is sort of a project of the East Coast Greenway Alliance, where the fiscal sponsors were sort of incubating the Triangle Trails Initiative. So the Triangle Trails Initiative is an emerging Triangle Regional Trail Network. It's kind of in the same style. There's two other similar trail networks in the state. There's the Carolina Thread Trail in the Charlotte region. So that's about I think 15 county trail network, mostly in North Carolina, but also extending into South Carolina. And then there's also Piedmont Legacy Trails in the Triad area. That's, I think, 12 county region. So this would border the Piedmont Legacy Trails. And so the idea of Triangle Trails Initiative is to have kind of a comprehensive network across the region of trails that have connectivity between them, and that municipalities can sort of share best practices, and that the initiative itself can provide promotional support and to attract tourism and to do technical assistance. So the Triangle Trails Initiative has been around for a couple years, but it's still sort of emerging. We've had great support from a number of sponsors, which are shown on this slide. So here's the 15 county region. It probably extends beyond what many of you conceptualize as the triangle, going all the way down to Cumberland County with Fayetteville, east to Nash County, west to Moore County, up to the Virginia border. I think it started smaller, but as the momentum grew for the initiative, there were more and more counties who were excited about it and wanted to come on board and be a part of it. In this map, you can see the East Coast Greenway is sort of the lime green line. The Mountains to Sea Trail is in brown, which is the east-west trail in North Carolina. There's the Haw River Trail in blue in Chatham County there. And then the deep or dark green is the Great Trails State Network. So many of those are not existing trails per se. Some of them are, but most of them are planned trails as part of the NCDOT effort that Ryan mentioned. And here's a older map highlighting those same counties. So I won't stall along in this, but so in me and my role as the North Carolina coordinator for the East Coast Greenway Alliance, I provide some support to the Triangle Trails Initiative. It's been largely sort of championed by Chuck Flink as well as Sig Hutchinson and the advisory board. And so Chuck would be kind of the best fit person to give this presentation, and he wasn't able to make it today, unfortunately, so I'm standing in as kind of the next best thing. So one of the roles of the Triangle Trails Initiative is technical assistance. An example of that is in Harnett County, doing their bike ped plan and greenway plan. And you can see on this map, it's maybe not super clear, but there are several greenways planned to link those different municipalities across the county. And so I think Chuck, as well as kind of in the capacity of the Triangle Trails Initiative, helped provide technical assistance for that plan, including the town of Coates. And so many of these municipalities, might not have the staff within their own town to be able to conduct something like this. So it's helpful to kind of be able to consolidate those, that technical expertise and some of those resources. The TTI also supported getting funding. For example, the Cartar RPO applied for a RAISE grant from USDOT. Unfortunately, we recently found out this one was not awarded, although received very positive feedback from USDOT, and we're encouraged to reapply in the next round. But this would have been for a Greenway planning effort that would be the East Coast Greenway route through Granville County, and which is our current route, and possibly through Vance and Warren County. And you can see Ryan spoke about the S line, starting from around where Henderson is and then going up through Warren County towards the Virginia line. That follows the same corridor as the S line. And as part of the environmental impact of that train study, they included adjacent shared use path. And so we would love to see that as part of that rail line, because it would sort of link Raleigh all the way up nearly to Richmond, Virginia. And we hope to reapply and get this next round. Another area where TTI provided support is for a RAISE grant that was successful in Durham. Already mentioned is the Durham Rail Trail. And so that will be a, I think, 1.75 or so mile rail trail linking, kind of arching through across over downtown Durham. And then a future kind of potential or desired corridor also in Durham is the Three Rivers Rail Trail rail corridor, which also would extend up into Person County. And so that is in the plans for Durham, but it would have to kind of, is in a process of being negotiated with the rail company. And so here on the left is the rail trail corridor you see in the dotted blue line, and then the right is a kind of historic map of the, I think, Three River corridor. Another sort of role of the Triangle Trails Initiative is kind of events and community engagement. A few months ago in Raleigh, there was a panel focused on trail-oriented design, thinking about how trails can be incorporated in communities, and particularly how they can help sort of foster or cultivate positive economic development for communities. So Chuck Flink, who has been the kind of lead for Triangle Trails Initiative, was the moderator for this panel. And we had lots of really insightful information shared from a sort of diverse panel, including Spencer, who's here, as well as others who you can see on the slide. And it was also, hosted by Oaks and Spokes, which is the Raleigh-based bicycle advocacy group. Another area of support is for the Triangle Bikeway Study. Excuse me. And obviously Iona and Dale and others in the room can speak more in depth about this, but this has been an area that Chuck and TTI has been in support of to link multi-use trail through the Triangle region. Chuck recently spoke about his experience with the Razorback Trail in northwest Arkansas, and kind of a similar model that we could learn from here. So two of the sort of big points of engagement that we are working on as part of TTI is getting a website launched. We currently just have a Facebook group that is not the best point of interaction with the public. And so website is in development, as well as an app. So we're working with an app developer to create the Triangle Trailblazer app and program. And this would be an app that would show all of the Triangle trails and how to access them. And you can kind of track your use of them. And then it would also kind of be able to link the trails with the local communities. So for example, nearby in Smithfield, in Johnston County, they have the Buffalo Creek Greenway. And so you could use the ride or walk the Buffalo Creek Greenway and then also access downtown Smithfield and be able to go get food or shop or what have you. And so we're currently kind of in testing mode with that app, and hopefully it will be usable in the near future. And so these are some screen captures of what it looks like. There will also be kind of QR codes at trailheads that you can integrate to kind of show that you've been there in order to get points. There's kind of this gamifying of the app so that you can get different medals, and that will lead to, and part of that is also being able to patronize the local shops or restaurants, and that will grant you discounts, such as with different partnerships, like the Great Outdoor Provision Company, you might get a discount if you got a certain level of points in the app. So some of the things that are kind of upcoming, in addition to the app and the website, is working with our advisory board. We are going to be updating our maps. We're going to be working with the local municipalities and counties on their Greenway program and trail program. We're a member of the Great Trail State Coalition that Iona spoke to, and so we're going to be part of that effort in the coming legislative session to advocate for more funding. Continue the kind of branding and promotion of the Triangle Trails as a regional network. Excuse me. Work on events, especially as part of the Year of the Trail. And possibly looking forward other possibilities there. And we recently, in I guess August, had an advisory board meeting in Raleigh. I was out of town, so I wasn't able to make it, but here are some photos from that event. And then that's it. Are there any questions? Well, we hope that we have your participation and support moving forward with the Triangle Trails Initiative, as well as with the East Coast Greenway. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Great initiatives going on there, as well as representing a great organization. So we appreciate having you. Next up on our agenda, we have some Safe Routes to School presentations, organizations that obviously influence the future choices of individuals that we hope will stick around in the Triangle. And first up, we have Jennifer Delcourt, followed by Gabby Lawler from the town of Garner, and then John Talmadge with Bike Durham.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Great. Okay. I know we're a little behind on the agenda, so I'll try and talk fast, but not too fast. It's so great to see everybody today, since it's been 3 years since we've been able to do one of these, so just wanted to say hi. TJ Cog could not be here today, so I'm actually just going to give a really brief update on their behalf as well. They were one of the Safe Routes, they still are one of the Safe Routes to School grantees. So Shuchi Gupta, her email will be on the next slide. She shared this information with us about their program. A lot of different outreach efforts that they were trying to do within the 7 counties that they cover, creating a new program logo that you see there, happy, healthy, and focused. Walking, biking, and rolling to school helps kids stay happy, healthy, and focused. So part of that was thinking about, coming out of COVID, we want to emphasize that physical activity, getting outside, and remembering that when kids have physical activity, they're better able to focus on their schoolwork. They engaged in different quarterly themes for their campaigns throughout the year as part of their quarterly newsletter, which reached over 50 schools. And they also had a strong social media presence and web page that engaged somewhere around 100,000 users, it sounds like, which is pretty impressive. They also had a strong focus on diversity and equity and developed an online interactive map. There's actually a link here in the slide, which I can't show you, but if anybody wants that link, we can certainly get that to you. I know Shuchi's listening in right now. They also developed Spanish versions of all of their outreach materials, including their logo. So that was really important to them when they were thinking about equity as well, and making sure that we're reaching the Spanish-speaking community. They also participated in several different traffic garden events, including the Vision Zero event that Apex held in June of 2022, so just a few months ago. I can't remember if Mary Jo may have helped design that one, but it was one of the biggest ones that's been put down on the ground so far in North Carolina, as far as we know. They were also a part of the Earth Day Festival in Durham back in May. There were several other initiatives that they had as well, including the Sketch Your Way to School art contest. And they had Triangle Spokes Group actually donated a bike to the winning student who created artwork for that contest. They also created a social media messaging toolkit that was provided to provide ready-made messages to share safety messages about safe routes to school. And they also supported walk and bike to school day events, especially some in the outskirts of Durham. And you can see Shuchi's contact information is there. If you'd like to see any of the resources that they put together, like that toolkit, she can certainly share that with you. Okay, so now I'll talk about Wake County Safe Routes to School. So hopefully many of you were able to participate just 2 days ago. We had lots of schools in Wake County that participated. There's some of these pictures here actually from events 2 days ago. One of the things that I talk about with Walk and Bike to School Day events is that they're not really just about one-day events. They actually have an impact beyond that one day. So it's an opportunity for families and students to celebrate active travel and getting outside of the car. It encourages that physical activity we were talking about so that kids are ready to focus when they get to school. We hear lots of anecdotal stories from teachers saying that their classes were a little bit more manageable that day. It also helps to build community, especially after COVID, as kids are starting to go back to school. It's an opportunity for families and students to come back together, maybe even meet each other for the first time. It also raises awareness of safety issues and things like watch out for pedestrians. It's an opportunity to teach safety skills to kids as well, those skills that they're going to have for a lifetime. And it also is an opportunity to highlight barriers and challenges to being able to walk, bike, or roll to school. And lastly, it can also serve as a trial run for families. So if it's something you've been thinking about doing, but it seems kind of daunting, this is a chance for families to try that out and realize that it might not be quite as hard as they thought. So this slide's a little complicated, but it actually makes me really happy because there's kind of a steep upward trajectory here. So these are just Walk and Bike to School Day events in Wake County, starting in 2008 and all the way up through Walk to School Day 2 days ago. So as you can see, when Active Routes to School was in place from 2014 to 2019, there was a steady uptick. So that's the one thing I feel like I can actually say I can take total credit for, whereas everything else with Safe Routes to School is definitely a partnership effort. And as most of you know, in 2019, Active Routes ended, but Wake County was one of the new grantees. Unfortunately, COVID resulted in a significant dip in events, but that's expected, and it happened across the country, so we're not unique in that respect. And as you can see with the 2002 events, we are getting very, very close to our pre-pandemic numbers already, which is really exciting to me. So having about 40 schools participate is about a third of all Wake County public elementary schools. One of the other things we've been working on is a data collection project with the school system. And I'm really excited about this because it's leading to some really important conversations. This actually started as a memorandum of agreement that was signed. Kenneth got this started between the school district and Campo, saying that we would do data collection with them for 5 years. Data collection sounds kind of fancy when what we're doing right now is kind of it's more of a survey that goes out to every single public school in Wake County, and we ask them questions about the numbers of students that they observe walking and biking to school. We also had some free response questions that have elicited some really good information from principals about specific barriers around their schools. And so we have convened a group of school system staff that include folks from student assignment, transportation, facilities, and we're meeting on a regular basis right now to continue discussing the issues that have come out of this survey. So this was just an image for fun, but it shows a map of a walk zone of a school here in Raleigh. So one of the school district's interests here was trying to find ways to support students getting safely to school when they're having so many challenges with buses and being able to bus students, and carpool lines are getting longer. So they're interested in looking at ways that they can improve infrastructure around the schools and work with the towns to do that so that they can expand their no transport or walk zones and make it safer for more students to walk and bike to school. One of the other things we've been working on alongside TJCOG and other partners is pop-up traffic gardens. They're a little bit different from bike rodeos. As you can see from the pictures, they're a little bit more involved, so they take a little bit more time to put down. And the focus is less on bike handling skills and more on teaching traffic safety skills. So learning about traffic signs, learning about taking up space and how to move according to the lines on the ground and be around other road users. We actually have our local expert now is Mary Jo Gallenbeck, and she's here in the audience with us today. So she has designed just about every traffic garden that we've put down so far. Not just about, literally every traffic garden we've put down. So she's become our local expert on these, and they're a lot of fun. We actually made a video of the traffic garden that we did at the Marbles Kids Museum bike event back in May, and that's on our website. I have a new website, so the link is down there at the bottom. But the video is just a few minutes long, and it kind of highlights the importance of traffic gardens and explains what they are. One of our other major projects is a pilot project that looked at taking the road safety assessment process and adapting it for schools. So when I say we, the Campo Safe Routes to School Subcommittee put out a call for applicants to all of the local municipalities, and with the help of NCDOT's traffic safety unit, we ended up choosing Vandora Springs Elementary School, which you'll hear more about in the presentation after this. So we had a lot of different partners involved with this. Of course, the town and the school district, in addition to Safe Routes to School, Campo, and NCDOT's traffic safety unit. The report that came out of this project is available on my website as well if you want to take a look at that. I'm not going to really go more in depth because that's what Gabby's going to talk with you about today. And I think this is my last slide, so just kind of wanted to share in terms of an overview. Our original grant was supposed to be 3 years, so we would have ended a couple months ago. But as some of you know, I'm a public health employee, so I spent a significant portion of the last couple years on COVID-related work, because when you work in the health department, you get pulled into that stuff whether you want to or not. I wanted to help, but still, that meant we had money that had not been spent during that time, so we were able to request a no-cost extension from NCDOT that will actually extend our project for another 16 months through December 2023. So that's really exciting. And I'm not going to read through these, but these are just some of our work plan points for those next 16 months and the things we're going to continue working on. That's not everything. There are some other projects as well. And I guess the last thing I'll say is, if you think Safe Routes to School is important, or you have a success story, please email that to Ryan Brumfield. As you heard him say, they're going to have that meeting in 2 weeks. So if you have anything to help bolster their case for why we need to keep Safe Routes to School funded, please make sure that you share that with NCDOT. I'm going to turn it over to Gabby now.
All right, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Jennifer, for teeing that up. So, as Jennifer mentioned, the school focus road safety audit was an initiative that was thought up between Campo and NCDOT, and so the town of Garner submitted an application to be considered for the pilot RSA, and we submitted Vandora Springs. Part of the reason that we thought that they would be a good candidate is that the town has received a lot of feedback from families that wanted to walk to Vandora Springs and are relatively close by, but due to gaps in sidewalk network and crosswalks and therefore crossing guards, they're not able to walk. And so we were chosen for the RSA pilot, and we went through that about a year ago. So the process involved just initially, data collection, looking at crash data, roadway characteristics, all the usual desktop data analysis. And from there, we got together a list of all the relevant stakeholders. So any staff from the town that would be involved, DOT's traffic safety unit, Wake County Public School System officials, and the school. And so I'll say that was probably one of the more meaningful parts of the RSA, is being able to make all those contacts and just knowing who all would be involved in the type of improvements that would come out of something like this. So with all the relevant players at the table, we scheduled the roadway safety audit, and so that involved meeting up one day to go through all of the information prior to going out into the field and just knowing what we were going to be looking out for, and then actually going out into the field, walking through the corridor and documenting anything that might not have been captured through a desktop data analysis. And so from there, we reconvened and went through all the findings and, documented all the challenges and barriers and opportunities, and also a list of potential strategies to improve access to the school, ranging from short range to long range improvements. And so from that, as Jennifer mentioned, thankfully, Jennifer spearheaded the report, compiling the report, because I think that's something that nobody wanted to volunteer for. So just heads up for anybody who embarks upon this effort. Just it's like drawing straws. But thank you, Jennifer, for wrapping that up. And so next steps from here are the town of Garner is planning on using that report to help support a lab application, which will go towards completing missing stretches in the sidewalk network and creating a safer crossing to get over from, realize now I should have included a map to illustrate this, but to allow the families to cross over and be able to walk to the school safely. So a few takeaways that I wanted to share with the group. The RSA process is, it's an ongoing effort. So, at this point, we have the report and that is complete. But in order to prevent that from just being a document that sits on the shelf somewhere, the important next step is to, one, we identified kind of the low-hanging fruit, things that might be easier to implement and require less money. So it's just important to keep that momentum going. And I'll say that another useful thing that came out of this process is that we were able to get more in touch with parents who are big advocates for walking to school at Pandora Springs Elementary School, and as well as within Wake County Public School System. So it's been helpful to know who the individuals are at these different agencies to be able to actually implement the improvements that were identified. So cooperation across relevant agencies is a key component. And so that kind of wraps up the RSA portion. I just very quickly wanted to go over some pedestrian and bicycle improvements that are being made in the town. And so we have ongoing pedestrian projects that are town-funded, and this is mainly through bond dollars. And so we just last year passed another bond referendum, and voters approved $14.5 million towards sidewalk improvements. So that's where the main bulk of sidewalk improvements get completed. Other than that, there's private development, and the other thing I was going to point out is just trying to take advantage of DOT projects that come in and identifying those opportunities. And I just called out one project that is coming up within the next year or two, the US 401 Super Street. So that's another key corridor that is very lacking in pedestrian facilities. So the town has a betterment agreement which will complete a good stretch of sidewalk along that corridor. So being able to capitalize on those opportunities is definitely key. And just a couple of bicycle lane projects that we have in the town. Again, I think multiple people have mentioned this, the resurfacing contracts that DOT has, and just, again, being able to capitalize on those opportunities so that it's not strictly coming out of, local funds. And one other thing that I want to highlight, we're currently working on our pedestrian plan. So we are about halfway through, maybe a little bit further along. And so this is, through the pedestrian plan, we're hoping to identify the next kind of 5 to 10 projects that we hope to complete through sidewalk bond dollars. And so we applied for funding through DOT's Planning Grant Initiative Program to go towards completing this, the pedestrian plan. And so that is it for my overview of ongoing initiatives in Garner. And I guess I'll hand it off to Durham now.
You'll notice that there are a number of different ways to implement Safe Routes to School programming. In Durham, we're focused on bicycle safety and walking education in the elementary schools, in addition to the bike and walk and roll to school day activities. The intent is the same. It's to engage the youth, engage the families, engage the schools in learning the skills and also becoming advocates for the changes that we need on the streets. We're in 12 elementary schools this year, up from 6 last year, ranging from teaching kids how to put on helmets properly, making sure that they're not saluting here, but they're making sure they've got 2 fingers of space. It looks like a couple of them could adjust those helmets still. And then also teaching them a little bit of the rules of the road by setting up courses on the space available at the schools, teaching them the ABCs, checking the air, the brakes, the chains on their bikes before they get on to roll. We've been able to do this through a contract with the City of Durham. So the City of Durham has the grant with NCDOT. Went through an RFP and selected Bike Durham back in 2021. And then we've hired a team with a program manager, an advisor who actually works in the school system and has done this kind of work for 20 years, and part-time bicycle safety educators who are in the elementary schools. And we've expanded that, now have 4 part-time safety educators. At the end of the bicycle safety class in the elementary school, we've started to do a celebration event on the weekend, inviting all the grades and the neighborhoods around. This was at Eastway Elementary last December. At those events, in addition to setting up a course and working with the kids, we also are able to do helmet giveaways that we're getting through the NCDOT grants. There are a lot of partner organizations in Durham that are also getting those helmets, and so we're all working together to make sure that we can outfit the kids In the spring, we did one in Glen Elementary, and we gave away over 60 helmets that day. It was a huge turnout. Another thing that is being piloted at Merrick Moore Elementary this year is the Strider Bike program. So these are balance bikes. They're at the kindergarten level. This is a program that the makers of Strider bikes have called All Kids Bike. We had an anonymous donor this summer who gave us a gift that allowed us to implement this with Merrick Moore Elementary School. They're going to do it for the first time starting in November. The PE coach, Coach Watson, is planning to go through it twice with all the different kindergarten classes, the first time as balance bikes, and then the second time in the spring with the pedals on, so that all of those kindergartners know how to ride and balance on their bikes by the end of their kindergarten year. So we'll see how that goes, and we'd love to expand this to all 32 of the elementary schools in Durham over time. And then the walk, bike, and roll to school days. Elementary schools throughout Durham have been doing these events. Most of them are doing them on campus because of the safety of or the lack of safety of the networks around the schools. These are a couple that were off campus. This is Eastway Elementary on the left, Merrick Moore Elementary on the right. Merrick Moore, we had to get, both of them, the schools asked for police involvement to close off streets for periods of time while kids walked. Obviously, we want to get to a point where families can do this on their own safely, and we don't need to involve police in just getting kids to be able to walk and bike to schools. We had 17 elementary schools participate this week, and that's, again, we have 33 elementary, I thought the two new ones make it 32. 30 elementary schools, thank you. Kristen Brookshire here is our partner at DPS, Durham Public Schools. And we do coordination meetings with the city and with DPS every 2 weeks so that we know that we're on the same page. I will say that these presentations about other approaches have given some new ideas about things we might work on together. Kristen is already working on data collection at the schools and how kids are getting to school each day. These are, again, images. These are just from Wednesday. On the left was Eastway Elementary, and that was North Carolina Department of Transportation selected Eastway as the one where they would have a turnout. It was a great event. There was good media coverage of it. WRAL was there, ran a story. Couple hundred kids, there were parents there, and the principal at the end made a wonderful announcement about the value of this programming, not just for the day, but how important physical fitness is to emotional and mental well-being. And then where Bike Durham is going beyond is trying to get additional focus on older youth and adults and learning confidence in biking, not just on trails, but on our city streets, and how they can take their role of safety in their own hands. We know that that's just one element of a safe systems approach, and we need the drivers to be taking their responsibility. We need the engineers to be taking their responsibility, and the planners who are working on our ordinances to be taking their responsibility so we can have these systems. But Simone Hamlet, who's with Black Girls Do Bike, is featured on the right side of your screen as well, and she organized this League of Cycling Instructors course that's curriculum developed by League of American Bicyclists, and a number of Bike Durham staff and board members took the course so that we're well trained. Deborah, you're not in that photo, but you were there that day. So that's where we're going, is trying to build these education elements from the elementary school with Safe Routes School all the way up to adults. Thanks.
Thank you, John, Gabby, Jennifer. Great to share that, and I think John summed it up by saying same goals, different approaches in working with the future of our region. So with that, talking about the future of our region and the current state, I think many of us have been concerned about the BIPOC representation in the community, or perhaps lack thereof when we're in the community doing outreach or trying to get participation in surveys. And so I am very, very happy to introduce our keynote for today. Simone Hamlet is the co-shero of Black Girls Do Bike for the Raleigh-Durham chapter. She has taken time off work to be with us today, so we certainly appreciate that. She's got a great bio, but let me just say it all started when she was 10 years old with a pink Huffy bike underneath the Christmas tree.
Thanks, everybody. I am standing in for Yvette Troutman, and so I'm happy to just have the opportunity to talk a little bit about myself, a little bit about our bike organization, and share with you some of the things that we are experiencing and our hopes and aspirations, our dreams for biking and pedestrian efforts. So let me go forward. I use a Mac, but okay, let's see. All right, here we go. So just a little bit about myself. So personally, I am a wife, a mother of 2 adult children, and I do live in Durham. I've lived in Durham for 25 years, and prior to that, I lived in Raleigh because I went to NC State. And then I'm also a breast cancer survivor. And I just love to ride my bike, and I love a lot of the outdoor activities, and just the trails and the environment here just really helps me to further my health and wellness. So professionally, I work for SAS, and that is the software company in Cary. I'm a project management professional. And I have a few certifications, and I'm very active in the North Carolina Project Management Institute. And I am, as John showed and shared, I am a league certified league cycling instructor from the League of American Bicyclists. So, and as I talked about, and as you see, I went to both NC State and Carolina. But let's make no points about it. We are all on the same team. We're all on the same team when it comes to biking and pedestrian safety and infrastructure. And so also, as I was introduced, I am co-shero with Yvette, and we lead Black Girls Do Bike. So I'll tell you a little bit about Black Girls Do Bike. The visionary is Monica Garrison, and it was born out of just her cycling in her state, her home state of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and she was cycling, and she in 2013 she did not see people, women that looked like her, minorities. And it was a question for her. Do Black girls bike? And so she had this passion, and she really wanted to expand and offer up just the joys of cycling for women of color. We equate a lot of times cycling with white men, right? And I think she wanted to change that dynamic. And so what she did was she created the nonprofit Black Girls Do Bike. And Yvette and I are ambassadors. We are sheroes for Raleigh and Durham chapter. We have about, I would say, 3 other chapters in the state of North Carolina: Greenville, Goldsboro, Goldsboro and Winston-Salem. And so we are the largest. And as a national chapter as a whole, there are about 108 chapters. There's also one in London. And so we engage with our members through Facebook. They're private Facebook pages that we invite women to join. It's not only Black women, it's women of all shades, all shapes, sizes, and skill level. And as I mentioned, we want to share the joy of getting outside, getting on your bike. And not only getting outside, because we know that we do have winters here, there are opportunities to ride inside with your trainers and things like that. As I mentioned, Yvette and I lead the Raleigh-Durham chapter. We have right now about 1,200 members. Not all members are actively engaged, but we are looking at different ways to increase the engagement level of our members, of our membership. So this, the picture you see here is of the visionary, Monica Garrison, and then down below is this year we all met up, the chapters, a lot of us women, we traveled to Pittsburgh for a meetup, and we actually rode in the Pedal Pittsburgh ride, which kind of gave us a shock. Pittsburgh is hilly. You thought Chapel Hill, Durham, Raleigh is hilly? You ain't seen nothing until you rode in Pittsburgh. And so it was a great opportunity for us to get together and fellowship and just share thoughts and ideas. So some of the ways that we practice engagement and sort of come together as our chapter, we do have welcome messages, welcoming new members, and each time we go out on rides, there are people that actually say, oh, how can I join? And so we're always giving them some information about how they can join us. We actually host and encourage bike maintenance workshops. So we engage with local bike shops to help us. And we also remind women it's not just about cycling. You also have to know how to maintain your bikes. So we do have, we have husbands that can help us, but we need to know a little bit of something about our bikes too. And so we also have themed chapter rides. And so we ride on the first Saturday and the fourth Saturday. So the first Saturdays are, designated for riding in Raleigh. And, we ride on the Neuse River Trail. We love the Neuse River Trail. We ride in Cary, White Oak, Greenway, Walnut Creek, a little bit of that. Walnut Creek Greenway has been a challenge for us and things like that, but we're hoping to see improvement in the Walnut Creek Greenway, Black Creek Greenway, and of course on the fourth Saturdays, we ride on the American Tobacco Trail. And we also have ridden on Southern Boundaries and Eno River Trail as well. So we, as a chapter, mostly ride on trails. And so what you all do and are doing impacts us and benefits us. And so I've been really encouraged by what I've heard today, and I'm excited about what I'm hearing, and I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to partner with many of you, to engage with you all, and then to bring, our organization, into some of your initiatives. So I'm looking forward to that. Also, as I mentioned, we do have some annual and special events. One of our annual events is Young Black Girls Do Bike, where we've had the opportunity to partner with Bike Durham, Bike Walk, Oaks and Spokes, and other organizations to help us bring the joy of cycling and bike skills to young people. That's why I love Smart Routes to School. It warms my heart to know that we're starting early. We're starting with our youngest, helping teach them bike skills, how to, maneuver your bike, maybe in a street and on the trails. But this is so important, and it's really about safety, and just really having fun. Also, we get sponsored sometimes. This year, we were able to go as a really large group to cycle or coastal NC, that ride. That was fabulous. I wasn't able to take part in that, but Yvette and a lot of my other cycling sisters were able to go and just ride in that route. And so not only are we cycling within our area, we encourage cycling maybe in other states. We kind of do trips, and even we're looking forward to next year in cycling, perhaps in Jamaica. So there's a lot that we're promoting and getting excitement and building excitement about just really getting out and enjoying cycling. And so there is the off season that's coming up, and we are looking forward to hosting Zwift rides. So those are, getting the trainer out and joining the Zwift teams and keeping our skills and our level up so that we can be ready for next year and the cycling season next year. Okay, so I have a little bit right now of engagement. So I've got some questions. And so here's a couple of things I'd like to ask. So in this, I'll preface this. This is the data that I got for these questions and answers comes from the American League of Bicyclists. And this is their benchmarking project, and it's in partnership with the Centers for Disease Control. So you can shout it out. The first question: what are the most common forms of physical activity? Yeah, and? Great. Give yourselves hands. How much money in annual healthcare costs are attributed to inadequate levels of physical activity? Anybody want to guess that? Huh?
Is that on a national level?
Yes. Well, actually, this is at, I'm trying to remember the fact sheet, whether the fact sheet that I looked at was at a North Carolina level. But I need to look back at that because it could have been just at a whole national, but I think it's North Carolina level. What's any guesses? It is billions, 117 billion. Do we think that's North Carolina, or is that nationally? North Carolina, I believe. So in the state of North Carolina, what percentage of people bike to work? Yeah, I think I heard it, 0.2. Right now, we're post-pandemic, we've been in a pandemic, a lot of people have been working from home, right? So I'm imagining that went down, but this data is as of 2020. So bike to work, 0.2. How about walk to work? 1.7%. Walking to work. And then what percentage take public transportation? Any guesses? 1%. and that's at State of North Carolina. Now, the study also does it city by city. I actually compared this number 3 with the state of Virginia, and so Virginia's slightly higher, but not that much higher, and then South Carolina, south of us, they're a little lower, okay? What percentage of motor vehicle trips are 3 miles or less? 45%. Deborah, you know your stats, looking at the League of American Bicyclists. And so that's where so this data that I captured comes from. And so looking at all of this, this information, it just says that we as a society, we know that health and wellness are keys to an improved and enhanced life, right? And with that, we should do all that we can do to make those, the infrastructure so that we can get out and we can exercise. And we don't always have to be outside, right? But it's an opportunity for us to have further discussion about ways that we can improve our stats in the state of North Carolina and even in our different cities. And so as I sat there, as I mentioned, it's great what I'm hearing, and I'm glad that I'm hearing it. And it's good to know that we're just not sitting down and spending money, not on infrastructure. So a couple of things that, as Yvette and I really talked about, and we had a bike panel earlier this year, we talked a little bit about some of the things that we see and I've noticed is, trail quality. Being based on the demographic of the community. I know that I've ridden in parts of Durham, not on the American Tobacco Trail, but there's a few other trails that I wondered, is this even a trail? And it didn't look like it had been maintained for, a few years. And I was a little nervous, continuing to ride on that trail. And so also walking, I, last year did a 20-mile walk through Durham, and some of the route that we took through, the Holloway, the downtown area, those sidewalks are terrible. And so we know that sometimes in underserved communities, in neighborhoods, that the infrastructure gets neglected. And also, we talked about on some of our trails, the lack or limited resources that are on our trails. We were just sort of giving ourselves high fives on the Neuse River Trail, that Riverbend stop, which was added, and finished, I was earlier this year or last year, can't remember, but it's such a great trailhead and an addition where it's got bathrooms and opportunities to fill your water bottle. And so that's really important for us who really use the trails, just having those facilities. Now, compare Neuse River to American Tobacco Trail, they're just two different trails. And as I ride frequently on the American Tobacco Trail, I recognize there may be two places that I can stop to use a bathroom between my home and downtown Durham, but not, and that's, about 8 miles or so. But I could go into sort of a grocery store and use it. But it's important to us to really have some facilities on our trails that really help us be able to navigate. Also, lack of representation in planning and decisions and investments. So we believe that sometimes we don't have seats at the table to have the discussions, because our perspectives, our diverse perspectives help to shape some of the policies and plans and decisions. And so one of the things that we really hope and aspire is that there's more and better representation when we're planning and doing you're doing some of the work. And also, we sort of recognize laws don't seem to change or action taken unless there are some tragic events. I will say that back in 2020, it was my first time participating in a ride of silence for an individual in Raleigh who was murdered on a trail. And I went, and I just remembered feeling such great sadness because this could have been prevented if there were better and improved lighting on the trail, if shrubs, bushes, things were cleared away so there couldn't be hidden actors that would take advantage of somebody. I felt so sad, and I guess from that point on, I'm really interested in safety and security, especially for the ladies that we ride with. We're always talking about riding in groups and just being safe, and so that is just really something that I really hope we can be a bit more proactive in some of the planning and the designs that we do. So what do we do, or what to do? And so the League of American Cyclists, they have Bicycle Friendly America, and they have a framework that is composed of equity and accessibility, engineering component, education, encouragement, and evaluation and planning. And so each of these in itself, we can double click into. So the equity and accessibility. So it's really about, creating an environment that's equal for everyone. Everyone has an equal opportunity to experience bike lanes in their, wherever they live. In accessibility, making sure that people with disabilities have an opportunity to, get out and get on these, on sidewalks and if they're in wheelchairs and things like that, and there are no barriers. And so we need to, begin to think with the lens of equity and accessibility and sort of have that permeate throughout all of our planning. And I think I've heard some efforts and things about that as I was sitting here listening. And so a couple of things that I wanted to do and we were thinking through is, and I apologize for this very busy slide. I started thinking about all the do's and don'ts, but I said, let's just focus on what we should do with the lens and focus on each one of these areas. And so with equity and accessibility, I think it's good that planners, program managers acknowledge that there has historically been, your practices that, ignore underserved and underrepresented populations. Just acknowledge that. And then when you acknowledge it, then that means you're better apt to sort of let's tackle this. Let's be intentional. Promote inclusive experiences for all groups. Commit to improving and increasing access and mobility options for everyone, including, and in particular, for people with disabilities, and hire diverse candidates and qualified candidates into planner roles. And maybe build a pipeline and by doing some intern programs, so that there is diversity at the table and the planning occurs with diverse perspectives. From an engineering perspective, that's, creating safe and convenient, places to ride and walk. Avoid, and this is one, avoid infrastructure projects and enhancements during prime cycling and running season. So it's a little selfish, I know, and I know timing, plays a part in some of the projects that you implement, but when it's really nice and beautiful outside, would not like to come upon a roadblock on a trail. But we recognize that, that has to occur sometimes. And then do engage with community to learn biking and walking experiences. Get proximate. Go to some of the underserved areas and survey, talk, have meetings within those areas. And sometimes it doesn't, it takes getting, proximate into those areas to get your information, because sometimes they're not willing to come to you. So ensure adequate bike parking and ramps. And I also want to say, let's, it's so cliche as think outside the box, but imagine traffic-free city, what? Architect for the future, right? The future with biking and walking as primary modes of transport. I know that doesn't sound good to some and many people, but I love that, right? And so engineering is a big part. Also education, enhance, revise drivers' education programs to increase motorist awareness of the rights of cyclists and pedestrians. I think we need to definitely look at our education program, driver's ed programs. Invest in and promote smart cycling classes and bicycle skill building. Yeah. Incorporate bike safety in every elementary, middle school, and PE curriculum. And I just, as I mentioned, just love the smart cycling and getting the attention in cycling for our young people, as well as encouragement. So how about within our cities, promote walking challenges or advertise, get the word out, promote Bike Month, create weekly events. How about car-free bike events? There's some cities that shut down for some hours so that we can have car-free bike rides. So that's something I know that's a lot to do. But, and then, promote and adopt and incentivize bike to work programs. And I think some of the things that I'm saying, not new necessarily, and some of these things you're doing, but maybe they're, just advertise them a bit more. And make a concerted effort across all organizations. And then evaluation and planning, partner with bike and pedestrian advocacy groups to review data and influence planning and legislation. So I think, net, what I'm, saying is I think we're all in this together. And it really does take all of us, all of our collective minds for, a safer bike and pedestrian-friendly America. Thank you.
Simone, again, thank you so much for taking your time away and joining us today. As we all go back to our jobs, I know the 5 E's are something that come across our desk on a regular basis. But if you're not familiar with Black Girls Do Bike and their communication platforms across the region or ideas that they have, I hope that you will reach out to either Simone or Yvette, and they will be happy to speak with you. And with that, thank you all for sticking around. I know we're a little behind schedule. We have one final speaker, and that's Terry Lansdale with Bike Walk North Carolina, the premier statewide membership organization.
Thanks. All right, I've got the trifecta of trouble here, so I'm between you and lunch. I'm following a great keynote speaker, and I'm on limited time. So Terry Lansdale, Bike Walk North Carolina. I first have to say that I'm looking around the room and meeting folks. Yeah, it was really amazing to work with NCDOT and now 10 years ago to help create the Active Routes to School programs. There are opportunities to find ways to spend the money and do it correctly and do it within those federal and state guidelines. So it was sad to see the Active Routes to School program fall by the wayside, but we hope that NCDOT in this new perspective is gonna move forward. I've also got to be very positive here as well, but the subject that I was given to talk about is not very positive. It's about, it is the law, as we've heard a theme here, and it's not a good law. There are a lot of opportunities where we're restrained by the confines of the law in North Carolina. We had Black Girls Do Bike. We want to recognize that our summit is coming up on October 27th through the 29th. You've seen some pieces for Active Routes to School. We're going to have a session on that. Black Girls Do Bike. Mary Jo, several years ago, helped us with a temporary traffic garden in Durham. We are going to make a permanent feature of a traffic garden in Winterville. Not quite as big as the one we worked on in Charlotte, but it's going to be a premier opportunity for Pitt County to have this direct engagement from kids to adults and how to ride and be safe and walk and be safe. What I'm here to talk about is contributory negligence versus comparative negligence. It's a wonky subject, but it's one of those things where it's a legal term and a legal aspect of what we do. When I hear and heard the municipalities talk about, hey, we're going to put sidewalks on one side of the road, or we're going to build multi-use paths on one side, and we're going to use bi-directional bike lanes. You know, these are issues that come up with us in real life and have a direct human impact. And what we need to do and continue to do as planners and municipalities is to understand that there has to be space in order for people to share. When we all compete for the same space, that's when conflict happens. So contributory negligence versus comparative negligence is an old law, over 150 years old by some of the evidence. So those laws built in post-Civil War don't always translate well to our modern society. And we are one of 4 states that has this contributory negligence law. Whereas if we're walking together and we bump into each other, we're both at fault equally because we didn't see each other, we didn't behave correctly. Well, that's a comparative negligence. In our state, if we walk with each other and bump into each other, and I look over at you and you were blinking at the time, or we're stepping over a rock that was in your way, you contributed to that accident, that crash, and therefore you are the responsible party. That contributory negligence is a real issue, and it comes down to humanity and what we do every day at Bike Walk North Carolina when we look at laws and policies that affect everyone, every county, and every municipality. Now, Ryan Mayhew talked about that confines of the STI law, but I'm not here to talk about that. I promise you can. So contributory negligence, the reality of this law for us in North Carolina is that when someone does make a mistake, it is on the burden of the person who can prove that they contributed to the accident, to the crash, to the incident. So in this story from Mignon Elks,
her daughter was walking along the white line on the road in the direction of traffic. There was no sidewalk on this particular road. And just to the right of that photo, you can see that there is no sidewalk. She was walking on the right line. But in our state, it is recommended that we walk against traffic. So because she was within a mile of her home, on the side of the road where her home was, she contributed to the cause of this crash. Therefore, she was not eligible for any financial recoup or opportunity to have resolution, an equitable resolution with the driver that struck her. Another story where a triathlete was hit from behind. Safety requirements, helmets, lights, all those bells and whistles, light-colored clothing were impacted, but because of his presence, he contributed to the crash. Therefore, the eligibility for financial recoup was lost. These are laws and policies that we're taking a hard look at in a General Assembly that continues to change, but we're presenting it in a way that has an opportunity to educate and inform our politicians as they do their work. It's real challenging when you have folks coming in as newbies into this world and try to explain in the political process the complexities of what contributory negligence means for their constituents. Another example of how presence becomes burden in our the way we design our roads, the way we transport ourselves, whether it's for recreation or transportation. And what I like to think of as Bike Walk NC is that we're trying to take that recreation piece and the transportation piece and slide them aside, because you're either a through traveler or you're a destination traveler. And that's a better way to think about process here. Again, we're trying to be positive, but it's difficult when we have old laws that neglect the rights and opportunities for our citizens when something does go wrong. If you want, pull out your smartphones right now. I'm going to give you about 30 more seconds to do this. A 4-minute video from Ann Groniger, one of our board members and board members of many groups and organizations here in this room. It has a great 4-minute explanation of contributory negligence, what it means to you and what we need to do to change it. Our work together in 2021 created the Victims Fair Treatment Act. Sounds simple. You know, if you're a victim of a crash, you're a victim of an incident, you should be eligible for rights and equities. So when something does go wrong, you have an opportunity to challenge what happened. You know, this manifests itself in our enforcement as well. So when a police report is written in North Carolina, we oftentimes don't have a box to check for who is at fault. Oftentimes, crashes are not given with citations. It is up to the legal system then to understand and demystify and regulate contributory negligence in this case. So when the lawyers come into play, they make the arguments for and against because this person was there or this person was there and they were doing this or that. Therefore, they're not eligible for opportunities, even though the consequence of error solely relies on the people operating the most deadly weapon, the vehicles in this case. So, as I say, you know, it seems pretty simple here. It was presented last year as Senate Bill 477. We had some great Republican support, some Democratic support as well, but it never made it out of committee. And why is that? It's not that simple. It took 6 pages of language to even begin to explain the impact of contributory negligence in this state. And I'm speaking specifically to the active transportation world in this group today. This deals with slip and falls as well as other incidents that may happen in our daily lives. So we had hoped it would be simple, but it's not. It seems very logical, but in the explanation in legal terms, how we continue to have a 150-year-old law in North Carolina that doesn't protect victims is still a bit confusing to me. And maybe that's an opportunity for change in November as well. So I'm going to give you guys a couple of examples of how your work as municipalities may have a direct impact on contributory negligence for your people in your community as they walk, bike, roll in the facilities that you design. So sidewalk riding in North Carolina we are one of 11 states without specific laws associated with that. So as we see, and I don't know if it's in your community, I got to ask a polling question here. Have you seen more adults riding on the sidewalk lately than you ever have before? Certainly in my community, I see a lot more people riding their bikes on the sidewalk. And when you ask them anecdotally, well, it's just too unsafe to ride on the road. When you have a road that hasn't been touched or a street that's being enhanced for vehicular traffic and not including active mobility, it continually perpetuates an unsafe feeling on the road. So sidewalk riding we don't have anything associated at the state level, but we do have some limitations maybe in your municipality. But the responsibility and the consequence of error, the risk management, the rights and engineering associated with that sidewalk riding relies on the driver of the vehicle. The driver has to yield, represent itself, and respond to people who were there first. People crossing the street, people on the sidewalk, so that the driver of the vehicle must engage in the yielding when there is a person present. A terrible tragedy, and not to dismiss the Neuse River Trail incident we've just seen, but it happens across the state every day in my Google feed. A pedestrian is struck by a vehicle in a crosswalk. A pedestrian is struck walking along the road. Failure to yield a vehicle striking a cyclist. We had a death of a 19-year-old in Charlotte this week, crossing the street in front of her college from her dorm to the college campus, with a commercial driver driving a bus who ran her over making a right turn. The consequence of error in our designs, maybe we can say that the engineering for this particular intersection was not at a level it could have been. There was no leading pedestrian interval. Maybe the crosswalks could have been improved, repainted sooner. Maybe there could have been more signage or information to warn the driver, a no right turn on red, or those kinds of things that we could do. So right now, if the attorneys on both sides say, well, maybe she was running, have you ever seen anybody running on a sidewalk? You have that right, you have that opportunity, but maybe in this case, we have an argument that shouldn't be relevant. But in the court of law, with the way our law is written, an argument could be made in that same court of law that would make the burden of fault on her. And that's a real challenge for us. It's really, really hard to get your mind around this particular law. Want to talk again about risk management, consequence of error, rights and engineering in real life. When you guys design and build separated bike lanes or facilities that brings the car and out away from the sidewalk, and you have dooring zones. I know that there's one project earlier on, I think in Chapel Hill, that talked about not the best design. We don't have dooring laws as a state law. Municipalities do, and I pulled Raleigh's dooring law here. So as you look at your own communities, we want to make sure that you go deeper. As you design a separated bike lane and you put the cars to the left of that in the direction of travel, are you creating a right side dooring situation? So making sure that we put the onus of the driver of the vehicle, because as you're going down a line of cars in that are parallel parked, as a cyclist, you never know when that door is going to open on you. Maybe you move out and you get struck because you move out. Did you contribute to the accident at that point? Did you contribute to the crash? It might be an argument in this state with the way the law is written. As you design and engineer these projects, keep in mind the secondary impacts of these types of facilities. The last thing I'll talk about that I was assigned to talk about for this particular section was the Idaho stop. Is anybody familiar with the Idaho stop? Lots of folks, yeah. So We've got several states, and that I do a race that travels across the country. And in that rule book, it says a stop is designated and explained by when a cyclist slows enough to see single spokes appear. So when you slow enough to where you can see a single spoke, that is a stop. Is that 1 mile an hour, 2 miles an hour, 3 miles an hour? That's about the speed in which you need to slow down to indicate a stop. When you have states that have this inconsistent law, that you come from South Carolina and you happen to jump over into North Carolina across the line riding a bike, the law in South Carolina has a different definition of stop. When we look at a contributory negligence piece, because you didn't come to a complete stop or maybe put your foot down at a stop sign, should not be the eliminating factor for you to gain rights and responsibilities when you're struck by a car who didn't stop at all. These are the kinds of confusions that we have when we don't have a clear system across all states, when we don't have state laws that really represent and protect victims of crashes and incidents like this. We're going to have great sessions in our 11th annual Bike Walk North Carolina Summit coming up in Greenville on October 27th through the 29th. We've got classes for engineers that help explain these concepts better. We have sessions on traffic gardens, safe routes to school, and other policy issues associated with engineering for active transportation. And we hope that you guys will all join us there online or in person. But these Idaho stops are a concept that is being brought to us at Bike Walk North Carolina to take to the General Assembly, to have for consideration, to include in our policies and laws associated in our Department of Motor Vehicle handbook. The Idaho stop really is this kind of flow that goes through some of the projects that you may see in your community. When you build or have a choice of building roundabouts versus stop signs, we would hope that DOT would have a different vision moving forward and embrace those opportunities for continuous flow of cyclists and pedestrians and vehicles to eliminate the need for some of these pieces. But the Idaho stop is a consideration that we're evaluating now for North Carolina. And again, it's defined as you saw there on that last slide, and we have several states who are adopting this. And I use this slide and the next one to help me because I'm not going to remember all those states, but it really is an opportunity for legislative action to improve safety and efficiency for active mobility, to give them an equitable footprint in our roadway system that may not have the best designs out there. And as I mentioned, we do have, South Carolina has a portion of this. And what it means is that when a cyclist comes up to a stoplight, they're able to if there are not facilities that have a trigger for cyclists, they're able to roll through after a certain amount of time. So those are what I wanted to talk about today, and I wanted to kind of open it back up for you guys to embrace the concept that how can we, at the state level, help you change policies at the municipality level? Those are the concepts that we're working at Bike Walk North Carolina that will help you do your job better, to help you create a better community and a more sustainable community and transportation investments moving forward. Dooring laws are an issue. Contributory negligence is an issue for us. And of course, this Idaho stop concept helps us better understand how we can move and transport ourselves through your community. So with that, I'm going to end it up there with any questions that you may have, because these concepts are real and they're being voted on and can be voted on in this next General Assembly. And in order to make these changes, we've got to make sure that we can explain it in a simple enough way that we can make it impactful for communities as they represent their constituents across the state, and invest in transportation solutions that help mitigate these risks associated with active transportation users. So thanks very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Terry. Not only do I appreciate your flexibility in moving around the schedule, I think that was pretty brave. Additionally, allowing people to pull out their phones to show a QR code to watch a video also. Well done. Y'all, we are wrapping up for the day. Again, thank you very much for everyone who attended. Thank you to all of our speakers. Most especially, thank you to Kenneth Withrow and Dale McKeel. They have led the effort. Yes. They've led the effort of leading the planning committee and holding this event annually for many, many years now. They are looking to pass the baton, so I hope that we will have others who will also step up and help to continue to make this event possible so that the planners across the region can get together. With that, couple of items. One, there are still snacks in the back if you don't want to go grab lunch somewhere else. If you do want to grab lunch somewhere else, you can pull out your phone. Boulevard has quick sandwiches and coffee, and you should go out that door for that. Everything else is along Main Street. Jones, Primo's, Nina's, Little Hambre has street tacos, and then Manning's has American fare. So all of those are ones that were recommended by the staff. And we will be meeting back on the front steps at 2 p.m. I'm going to extend it a little bit. Meet back on the front steps at 2 p.m. For individuals to join in the sculpture art walk that Clayton has and is award winning. So hope to see many of you, if not all of you, there. Thank you.